Hey, hey, everybody. It is Saturday night, and I want to welcome everyone who's here and everyone who will see this on replay. A few things that, I think we all need to talk about in our little slice of heaven, our little corner of the world on YouTube. I don't know. Can you hear the cicadas in the background? Ah, hey, Shama. Hi, sweetheart. Good to see you. You know, I, you know, these are some things. I'm going to go over some stuff that, you know, that everybody that I see here follows. Hey, what's up, Mark? Showtime, showtime, right? Well, I know I'm not doing my music tonight like I usually do, but that's usually because I have a couple devices going. But I'm just doing it off the phone tonight because, well, I can just be mobile with that. Um, Everybody get Mark here a beer, please. Mark needs a beer. Oh, that pick is 2 years old. I'm not gonna lie. Uh, that was a pick I took on my way to go to a teachers conference. So I was on my way to have a teachers conference about my well my child, and it was a funny conference because most of the time people, when you go to a teachers conference, they're like, oh, your kid's doing good in this and your kid's doing good in that. It was another teachers conference about my problem child. And it wasn't a problem. She's not a problem. I'm joking. um, it was a teachers conference because, and I get them every couple of years, where the teachers are concerned about my daughter because she's too nice. She's too polite and she's too nice. And they worry about her being like a doormat because she's so nice. And I'm like, okay, I have a son that's ADHD. I was used to getting phone calls about him, come in here. He's going to the leaving the classroom without permission. He's getting up during class and walking around, or he's talking to his friends, or he's throwing airplanes in class. Nothing too bad. No cursing or anything like that, but it's usually, something like that with him. But this one, she's like so nice that, they got to tell me, you might want to work on her being nice. There's nothing I can do about her being nice. She's very polite. She's nice and she's a very caring person. Why would I want to stop that, right? There's too many mean people out there, is what I was told. These mean people are gonna, you know. But she's gotten to where she can recognize that not everybody is has a pure soul like she does. Not everyone has a great heart. Hey, how's it going? How you doing, Juror? Ooh, it's my Buttercup. Oh my gosh, Buttercup, you build me up, Buttercup. I love that song. Like, it goes through my head every time I see Buttercup. So just seeing her in a chat, just makes me happy. I don't know, I'm weird. Buttercup cheers me up. Just being in a chat. But like, I think one of the things I wanted to just, these are topics that have been like um, percolating in my wee brain here. Um, and I don't know what everybody else thinks. I could be wrong, um, but that's what I got y'all here for. Um, and I know there's a mod situation that's going on here and there. There's always a mod situation, right? Um, People are always getting wrenched, de-wrenched, giving up their wrenches. Um, and the reason I want to cover that is not so much, I mean, I'm a small channel, you know, it's mostly a friendly group of us that like each other from other chats and get together and just chit chat, right? Have fun, um, talk about what's on our minds. Um, but I'm looking at this from a perspective as a mod in different places. Mod madness, right? Modgate 2022 coming to a theater near you. But there are some of us that are creators, but we're also mods for other people, and we're also chatters in other places. Um, what I wanted to like kind of, I guess you could say, address or talk about is like when I'm under the impression that when I mod for someone, right, that I take that responsibility serious. You know, they've trusted me enough to wrench me.
Which pop is ours in the freezer?
The one in the door.
In the door.
Yeah, that's ours. Sorry, Mr. G had a question. He wants some cherry Pepsi.
I did. I snuck up on you.
Oh no, you don't. To me, we don't. There's no necessity for a mod chat or any of that. And you do have some of the best mods around. You do, Jer. I mean, all people that I love, I've modded with in other places or enjoyed chatting with. You know, you got some stellar people, and I have to say that um, about the community that's mostly UK. You know what I'm saying? Y'all have it figured out better than us Americans. um, to me, that I love going into the UK rooms because it's more neutral. There's I don't know. To me, it's like you all think kind of like I do, where I don't take someone's word for everything. I like to actually look at things from all angles. And it seems like most of you do that too. So, I mean, oh, Blissful. Hey, girl. I know, right? I was a cherry Pepsi now. I hardly ever drink that, but for some reason, I saw some cold cherry Pepsi in a case today. In a case in a convenience store, not like a crime case. Um, anyway, so I picked up a couple bottles, and I'm letting Mr. G drink some regular soda today. I mean, it's a treat for him because of his diabetes. But he's gotten his diabetes under control. He's got the right meds now. So I'm gonna let him splurge for a night. I'll give him a cheat day here and there where I don't beat him to death for it, you know, where I don't nag him. You can't have that. Anyway, I'm getting back to the mod thing. Anyway, a lot of us mod here and there, right? Um, and when I mod for someone, I take it kind of serious. Like, if you've been in somebody's chat room long enough before you become a mod, you generally know the atmosphere and what the expectations are uh, from that creator. So usually you don't have to be in a mod chat for that or anything like that. You know the rules pretty much. You know what's going on around you if you've been in there long enough. Um, so it's to me when I mod for someone, I try to stay neutral, no matter what. You stay neutral. Even if you have a beef with someone, you stay neutral. You stay respectful. You're representing that creator. I mean, am I wrong? Oh, but Mark, you're allowed to talk in the third person. I'll allow that. Yeah. Mark's, you're a good guy, so right. Hit that bell. It's awesome, right? Um, I mean, that's part of supporting your creator. It's being respectful. I have seen mods that will jump people when someone goes in a creator's chat, and this is I'm not saying any specific places at all. I've just seen it in all places. I've seen it. Well, I've never seen it in jurors. I'll give you that. I've never seen a mod jump on anybody in jurors. Um, but I've seen where people, if they have a certain disliking for someone, they'll make rude comments. As a mod, you shouldn't do that. You should just like keep that to yourself, you know? I know I do. If I don't like somebody and they come in a room and I'm modding there, I'm respectful to them. I'm polite to them. And that's not being two faced. That is out of respect for the creator that I'm working for. That's, I think that's part of the boundaries and stuff. Um, it's like, I don't know. I guess I take modding a little serious, maybe too serious. And I certainly don't want to hurt anybody's feelings anyway. But yes, it's being cordial. It's being, your job is you're the door greeter. When you're a mod, you're there to help. You're not there to cause more chaos. You're there to help keep things under control respectfully. And usually, if I'm modding for someone and there's a lot of chaos going on, I'm like, I'll tell the chat, please be respectful of each other. Please respect the panel guests um, and the creator. That's all you needs to be out there half the time. Mary, hey, sweetheart, I was thinking about you. I'm gonna have to message you. I miss you. Um, when you're helping, I mean, you're there to help your creator, you know, and you're there to help keep an atmosphere under control, not contribute to chaos. Thank you, Mark. You know what? I try to treat people how I want to be treated, and that's not just a golden rule. you know, I have, I'll admit, I'm a doormat sometimes. When people don't like me, I'll let them kick me a lot. But that's out of respect for whoever's chat room I'm in, or out of respect for the, other people around me. Hey, what's up there, Sage? You just wake up, baby? There's some food out. Okay, baby. Okay, you do that, Mary. I will answer you back. You know I always do. I love hearing from you, sweetheart. Mm-hmm. Yes. Everybody needs to keep Urban and his baby girl in their prayers. And you too, Mary. They need to keep you in their prayers too. And I guess I'm like, what I'm saying is, if a mod is modding and they have a personal issue with someone, they need to leave it outside the chat room. Um, if they don't, or if the topic is something that they want to talk about, that's fine. But you're an example. If you're a mod for someone, you're an example. You represent that creator too. If that creator doesn't align with your, I guess, values and stuff, maybe you shouldn't mod for them. I, I, um, yeah, right, blissful. Um, there's so many, there's so many different personalities and so many different, um, I guess, views, or perspectives. There's nothing, nothing wrong with people having different views and perspectives. Do you need to get through, honey? But there's no reason we can't be respectful to each other about it. And um, I know that when I decide to mod for someone, I respect that person, or that channel enough. No, you can't. I'm holding it. To not go places that may be hurtful to that creator. You know, it's kind of a hard balance, and it's kind of a hard job. But you have to know the climate of what's going on, and you have to pay attention to your surroundings when you're going to mod for people. And this is no reflection on anybody. I see it all across the board. Oh, I'm happy for you, Blissful. You're happily single. Anyway, well, seven, Blissful. Sometimes, relationships or connections like that are rare, and they can pop out of nowhere, honey. Yeah, you just, this has got to be the hardest place to mod ever, Mark. As small as my chat is, it's got to be the hardest mod job you've ever had. It's too calm. Heck, I don't think you ever have to time anyone out over here. Same as being a waitress. You leave your disagreements at home and make coming into the channel a good experience for everyone. Exactly, Buttercup. I mean, you're playing hostess. That's what you're doing. You're a hostess. And I mean, I have seen mods that have personal like issues and even get into it with creators. And it's like you shouldn't, or the creators they're working for or helping or supposed to be helping, you know what I mean? And it's like you don't do that. I mean, that's very disrespectful. Jill, hey girl. I am so happy to see you. You guys crack me up. Jill is awesome, isn't she? There are some people that just nail it, like what's going on everywhere, just nail it. And Jill's one of those people. It's like, boom, she nails it. Like, um, replay crew. That girl can nail any situation. Like, she's, boom, accurate. Blissful's good at that. It's like, girls, you call it every time. Memphis is good at that. I mean, there's a lot of people that are really excellent mods. And, I know there's a lot of people that do it, like, and are new at it. But it's like, this is how I put it. It's kind of like, this channel is kind of laid back and we're fun. And we like to do a little of everything. So it's anybody mods for me. I don't care where they go. I don't care if they go somewhere where someone has an issue with me. It doesn't bother me because I know at the end of the day, I know who I am, and I know that my most of my mods know me pretty good, you know. So and they're gonna do what they're gonna chill. Most of my mods are pretty chill. um, so when they go out there, they're representing me too, and they're all laid back, chill people. So works for me. Now, like if it's a channel that's all intrigue and stuff, they're gonna need mods that are intrigue, you know what I mean, or drama that have the situations penned out, Um, if it's a political channel, same thing. I'm glad you like it here, Jill. I mean, we like it here. I know you wouldn't 71. And besides, there's only like three places that have made, well, four places that have an issue with me. I don't care who goes to those places. It's not like I'm watching. I wouldn't know anyway. But I'm pretty sure anybody who knows me would know, hey, what's their problem with Ginger? Ginger's laid back, man. Oh, you better make your tea, girl. No kidding. If someone has a problem with Ginger, they've got to be suspect. Yeah, they usually are. But the thing is, people that may have an issue with me, they don't understand. I don't care what they think. I don't care. Because I'm like, I think I've always said that when I've been out and about. I'm like, the percentage has changed. Um, but I'm usually like, hey, I really genuinely like this percentage of people. If you're in the percentage of people that I don't like, you shady. Yeah. And I ain't the only one that sees it. Don't have to worry about it. Man, I got some amazing people in here. All people that I enjoy talking to in other chats. That's what's cool. I like when Ginger goes on panels and helps creators out. Well, you know what? That's the thing. I mean, it seems to be an issue with some people that I do go on panels. Okay. I go on to help people. I go on when there's a topic discussed that I'm really interested in or know about. Um, I get asked on panels a lot, and that's not because I don't know. It's usually by people that I have just clicked with, you know, that I think are have a genuine heart. Um, have I been disappointed out here? Yeah, everybody has. Have people turned out to be something they're not? Yes, that happens all the time. That's part of life. But I'm not gonna. I mean, for the last month, I've been struggling whether I'll ever do a panel with other people or go on panels anymore because it seems to just really incite people when I do. And then I was talking to my husband, and he's like, um, "You're a talker. You've always been a genuine person. That's just who you are. Stop. Don't change yourself because certain people hate you or don't want you doing something. That's sick. That don't stop being you to cater to someone else." Is what Mr. G was saying. I don't know. I think that when there's envy or anything like that, I think that happens. But I I can't stop being myself to make someone else happy. The list we has bling and drinking. um, enough about that for now. That's what I want. Like, okay, we're all pretty much who's in here are seasoned people, people that have been around for a while, right? Um, we know these streets pretty well now. Um, Heck, everybody I see here is usually pretty open to different places and stuff, right? I mean, unless it's very extremely toxic, you know. I don't think any of us go into the like real toxic places. Um, but um, that's right, Mark. Just do you, Jada. That's right. I mean, here's the thing: if you I mean, I've always been like out there as far as personality wise. I admit it. I'm probably a hard pill to swallow. And I know I'm not for everyone. And that's cool. Just don't watch me then. Don't look for me everywhere. Don't follow me, and you won't have an issue with me. You know, um, because I don't care. Okay, Buttercup. The saddest thing is there's a lot of beautiful people out there, but because they feel loyalty to their creators, they are missing out. The only person you need to be loyal to is yourself. Yeah, yeah, Buttercup. But I mean, there's just a few, like a handful of people that I won't go to because, okay, I'm gonna put it. I usually don't bring any creators' names. I usually don't. But there's been a lot of hoopla around liking lately, right? Um, and if if people like him, they like him. But there are a few things that I don't agree with, and I don't go there because I don't agree with how people get treated in the long run. Just like I don't go to Natasha's because I don't like how people get treated in the long run. And that's self respect for me, and that's respecting their boundaries too. That's their chat, that's their world, right? Let them have it. Hi, Chris. How you doing, sweetheart? I don't I don't go into Natasha's room and like start anything with their people or um, anything like that, you know, because it's not necessary. It, what does that prove? And it's disrespectful. Um, like I said, I've said it before. I don't really care what she does. It's her business. And has she mistreated people? Oh, hell yeah. I've seen it. But I'm not going to bother with her because you know what? She's not my business. She's not my problem. I keep my nose out of hers. And I think I'm nobody to her. So she ain't going to care what I do. Jill, I'm blocked at all those channels and have been. You know what? That it, but it depends on the person, Jill. If you have an issue with them, of course you're going to state your issue with them, right? So that's your business. I mean, if you got a problem with, say, WOG, and go in there and spout off to them, that's that's you. That's that's your business whether you do that or not. If you got a problem, a genuine problem with these people, then yeah, you're addressing an issue with them, and that's where you're going to find them. Then yeah, go for it, right? Yeah, of course. You know what? Not always are they going to be willing to listen to it. Um, they'll probably just block you the first time you say something, which tells you what kind of place they're running. Um, I think that I don't have very many people blocked here. I don't even have people that hate me blocked here. All I have blocked here are trolls. Because if a person doesn't like me and they want to come in and discuss something, I'm open to it. But if it's a troll that's coming in here just saying stuff, random stuff, and you know it's a troll, I've banned a few of those. When they come in with the weird names, you know what I mean? And you know they're a troll. Yeah, I've done that. But say Jill has an issue with me or something I said. I want her to be able to come in here and go, hey, couldn't find you somewhere else. Can we discuss this? Hell yeah, I'm open to it. I don't have a problem with it. I genuinely can't stand the drama, but if someone, you know, yeah, letting someone live in your head rent free. Yeah, and that's almost like that. I have a whole bunch of like wise like quotes that I mean, what is that? The one Buddha. Holding on to anger is like holding a hot coal in your hand and expecting it not to burn you. The only person who gets burnt is you. Yeah, same concept. The other thing I see is people are too reactionary out here. I mean, instead of like talking through things or being an adult and respectful, they'll go out and disrespect everybody and throw everybody out there and, do whatever they want to. It, it's all disrespect and it's just like, I discussed before. What you put out there is what you're going to get back. And I try to be nice and respectful to everybody. And, if I don't get it back from everyone, oh well, you know, that's fine. That's the way it goes. Exactly that one too, Chris. Drinking poison and expecting the other person to die. That is a good quote. Well, that's right, Jill. Some people don't want a dialogue because if you have a dialogue with them, they will have to admit they're wrong. They can't. I have seen most people that cannot face the people that they hate the most. It's because they don't want to give up their what they've held on to and spewed so long. They don't want to admit when they're wrong. And I don't care because that's what you have to live with for your life, you know? Not me. Thanks, Blissful. I stand my ground, but I try to do it in a respectful way. And I try not harming other people in the process. Because there's no need to point fingers and all that because you live in your own hatred and stew in it and obsess in it. And all that is going to do is cause mental breakdowns and more suffering. And to put it off on other people and never accept your part is what's going to hurt the most. I mean, I come out here, I've been called goody two shoes, I've been called Miss Perfect, I've been called uh, butter don't melt in her mouth, or I'm like, really? Because I come out here and say in chats, and I don't know how many of you seen that. I'll say, hey, I admit I'm a snarky bitch, but I try to keep my snark on a level that's not really hurtful. I'm sarcastic. I make jabs here and there in fun and jest. Um, Yep, I think I've been more realistic about my goal is to feel validated, speak my mind, or expect change. And some just aren't willing or supposed to change now, like we've talked about. Exactly. Yeah, that's what yes, you do, Blissful. You, I have to say, when you come in, if you are opposed to an idea or you know, or an opposing side of a certain situation, you usually go in, you're very respectful about your point, and it's a drop the mic moment. It's like, boom, point made, adios. And it is really neat to see. I'd like to run into NC one day, if only it's another Pizza Hut blindside, because that would be hilarious and make her wonder why it's always a Pizza Hut. Confused for life. Good one, Chris. Um, you never want to confront anyone. You don't seem the confrontational type, but you seem more the sarcastic type, Chris, and I love it. Ginger, you can only really remove yourself and view a situation objectively, not be so subjective, straightforward, like a witness, not the rumors, or mention the rumor is it as a rumor, not truth. Yeah. Yeah, you should. It would be a hilarious moment. Come on, Chris. Like, you would pass up that opportunity if you happen to run into the same Pizza Hut. Do you think you would be capable of just walking by? Um, I don't know. I don't know if I would be able to. Out of just sheer hilarity of the moment, I'd be like, "How's it going?" Pepperoni sucks, by the way. No, it'll give you heartburn. A few years ago, I'm really. You know what, Buttercup? You have a very wise son, honey. You know what? That's how I am, Chris. I love to come up with the quips and the little witty banter. That's my thing. Do I do it out of spite or hate? Nah. Um, no. Can everybody follow my brand of humor? I'd say 75% of YouTube can. The other 25, eh, it may go over the head, and you have to explain it to them, but eventually they'll get it. After a few classes or something, I don't know. Uh, ooh, stuffed crust pizza. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. That sounds so delish right now. I admit it. I like me some stuffed crust pizza. You know, and it's clarity. Hey, Supra. Hey, honey. We're now. I'm craving stuffed crust pizza. Um, and that's part of, like, I think that what irritates people a lot is I can be too optimistic, and they take that as there's something wrong with that girl. She's way too nice. She's way too happy. She must be evil. But you kick this person so many times, and you beat this person so many times, and slap this person so many times, you would be shocked and act like all surprised if I bite back. Come on. Grow the hell up. I, mm-mm. Oh, deep dish? You know what? There was a quiz. My girls had this like quiz on their phone, and it was how well do you know this other person, right? So they did it on each other. They did the quiz like to see how well they knew me, and they did the quiz on their dad. And they're like, "Well, we got all questions right, but this one." And I'm like, "Oh, give me the questions, and I'll give you the actual answers on the one of your dad." And I was dead on with all of it. And they're like, "Well, how come you know him so well?" And I'm like, "We've been together for 30 years. Don't you think I would know your dad?" Like one of the questions was, "What's your favorite color?" And I said, "The first thing your dad's going to say is plaid. When you ask him his favorite color, he will say plaid. But his actual favorite color is blue." And then they're like, "Oh my God, that's exactly what he said." You want sweet corn with your pizza? I've got corn down the street, but it's not sweet corn. I think it's field corn or feed corn. Grow a lot of that in this area to feed the hogs. Because my state is the top hog producer in the country. And that's another thing. I think a lot of things out here, it's like, I know my mind goes like boom. Um, is a lot of people out here, um, like I have a small channel. I admit it. It's a hobby for me. Um, but I enjoy doing things on it because it's a hobby. You know, I like sharing content. I like sharing my view. Like my point of view on things. I love learning from other people, and I love sharing what I learn and what I research. And um, I love listening to other people's ideas. And uh, I'm not out here to be like a 10K creator or something. That's just not who I am. But I do see people that's their goal. They want to like make a living off of it. And I'm sorry if you don't have a personality at all, and your personality is based on hurting other people or picking fights or playing victim or being dramatic. That's only going to last, I think they say 2 years. Uh, for a place like that, it's a 2 year cap, 2 to 5 years. What are you going to do after that? You know, if all you want to do is hurt other people, what are you? Where are you going to go after that? Oh my goodness, Buttercup, 3 a.m. Oh, it's okay, sweetheart. Thank you for popping by, though. I really appreciate you coming in here. I love my buttercup. Cause you build me up, buttercup. But you never let me down, buttercup. Um, and if you have no personality or you have to emulate other people, then you're going to last about 6 months to a year. You know, maybe you'll hold out for that 2 years, but you won't grow, you know, if that's the goal. My goal is just to have fun with you peeps and discuss just the oddest things, right? Like modding for people and, ooh, etiquette. Oh, this is my favorite. Okay. I don't know about you. I am a patient and very understanding person. But does anybody understand that there's kind of an etiquette? Like when you go into a room, you don't make it about you. When you go into, say, Granny's watching and she is discussing a certain topic, what say she's discussing Michael Myers. We know Granny and her Michael Myers. Anyway, and you come in and you're whining or complaining about something, you're taking away from her. You're taking away from her topic, from what she wants to discuss. And that's like derailing the whole chat. To put the focus on you, that is rude. That goes against etiquette, in my opinion. That's bad chat manners. Now, if you're having a bad day, somebody asks you, how's your day going? And you're like, not so good. And you're talking to one or two people in chat about it, that's different. But if you come in and you're like blasting your problems all over the place, that's rude. It's not polite. It's not good, and it's very rude to the creator and disrespectful. I know we live a party atmosphere, y'all. That's why it's right here, like a room like this. It's it's pretty much we talk about, we'll talk about the topics, but we'll also talk about random stuff. But some of those bigger creators, they actually plan out stuff and they're talking about what they want to talk about because, well, they're the creator, right? And you come in and you're like, oh, I got a live at 7 o'clock. That's rude. That is bad etiquette, you know? It's That's why a lot of bigger channels don't even know I have a channel because I don't go in there and go, hey, I'm going live at 8. My topic tonight is, you know, because that's like sub shopping or something. I don't know. It's kind of rude. Or, or if you really support someone, you really support like another creator and you know that they have something important they're going to talk about, and you go, well, I'm going to go live at that time. That's rude too. I mean, I always check around and see who's going live. Well, if it's something that is an opposite topic of mine, then I might go. I might pick a different time out of respect. But let's just say I will not go at the same time as certain people. I don't. I mean, I'm not going to name who it is, but I won't go at the same time as certain people out of respect, not because I'm worried about numbers or anything, especially how small my channel is, but because I want to see that person's live. I probably want to participate in it or Maybe I'll put earbuds in and just listen, but I'm not going to step on their toes. If it's a topic that they've done several times or that I'm not, I don't feel like doing or participating in, I may go live. I don't, it just depends. I guess it's because I have a respect for a lot of people. Yeah, Emily Post. But I also was taught to be able to fit in any situation and never be a snob. No wonder I'm confusing. Right, Blissful? Oh my gosh, yes. Yes. And I'm one of those, like, I try not to snap to judgment either. Like, I'm very empathic. I am super empathic. Okay. And usually, and this is so sad, my first gut instinct about a person is usually the right one. Okay. But my brain tells me always give that person a shot, you know? Because you never know. People are a mixed bag, right? I like to keep an open mind. I don't know. I'm just weird. It's like there's etiquette, there's manners, there's respect. If you don't show me respect, I do not have to show you respect. But I usually do. There's also the don't bite the hand that feeds you. We are so laid back here. I would take us all on a field trip, but I field tripped the other night down to my daughter's house and back. And then you kids have your permission slips signed. So we're not going on a field trip. I have to have those permission slips in first. Yeah, I'm going to do that one night. I'm going to go down to the cornfield and have my kids jump out of it. I told them that, and they said, nope, I'm not going in that cornfield. Not even my 22-year-old son. Nope, I am not going in that cornfield. It's like, yeah, all chickens. I'll go in there. My son's like, they'll never find you. Yep, blissful. I like to be open minded because I have learned so many different things culturally. The world is too big to have a closed mind. Exactly. See, and that's how I was raised too. Right, blissful? Cornfields are fun at night. I know that when I was growing up, it was like take those big old battery operated uh, flashlights, not the little hand ones, but the ones with a little handle on them, with a bigger power on them, like 9-volt batteries or something in them, D batteries, something like that. Anyway, it was those. Take those because there was more lamp to them. Um, or playing sardines. Anybody know how to play sardines? Play sardines at night, and that's the opposite of hide and go seek. Everybody goes and hides, right? Except for one person. Sardines, One person goes and hides, everybody else counts, and then they go look for that person. And once you find that person, you're supposed to like hide with them until the last one shows up. And that last person is the first person that hides in the next round. We used to do that at night. And then I actually cut my shins on like a bent license plate playing that game at night. Like twice. Um, we used to play like capture the flag at night. That was fun. Blissful, you like walking in the woods at night? You're gonna run into a dog, man, or a Sasquatch. Yep, we've actually like those lamplight ones. They still sell them at like places like Walmart. And I did this. Oh gosh, this was years ago. I used to work in Walmart, and we had thunderstorms go through, and they have a generator for those big superstores, right? Well, I worked the overnight shift because, well, there was a good pay differential, and my kids would be in bed and less trouble for my husband. So I would work the overnight shift and then sleep while they were in school. Um, or if they were little, I wouldn't sleep at all. No. But we thought, okay, it's hazardous. All the lights went out. They'll send us home for the night, right? Eh, the, the backup generator kicked on. Okay. Well, those generators only go so long, because they do run out of gas. Well, there's a certain feature on their backup generator where after so long, it would shut out every other light or every four lights or something like that. And then finally, it would get down to where it was every other light, and then no lights would be on. And it got to that point, like, I think the generator only lasted for like running a superstore with the coolers and everything. It, I think it finally went out at like 3 in the morning or 2 in the morning, something like that. So it was out for a good 4 hours before everything was out. And it was a mad rush to put all the like cold items. We had to rebox them basically and take them back into the freezers and coolers real quick before the temp dropped, you know, cover them, stuff like that. Well, do that in the dark. So they had us raid the sporting goods section. We're running around with flashlights. We're, you know, it was insane. And then we'd just write them off, store use. But I happened to be, there was enough people over in the supermarkets part doing stuff that I was over in soft lines clothing. That was what I was doing at the time. And my part was the lingerie department, right? So they have all these little bras and panties on hooks that I'm pulling out of boxes and putting on peg hooks in the dark. Imagine that. And then finally, or I have one flashlight to do this all by. And then there's always going to be a handful of people running around in the dark, messing around, trying to scare people. And then I would just turn my flashlight on, and then they would jump and scream. So we had that happen at like 2 different nights in the time I worked there. And I'm like, you have people working with box cutters in the dark. It's not very bright. It's not a smart situation. But the ice cream section, right? Excuse me, but you're just going to have to get rid of this anyway. Mind if I grab a spoon out of uh, where with housewares? Write that off. I'm going to eat some ice cream. Write that up. Store use. Yeah, exactly. That was what I was saying. I was saying, this is not cool, especially when you're on the safety committee. You're like trying to tell management, hey, this is not smart. This goes against OSHA. Someone's going to lose a thumb, right? Ben and Jerry's. Hit the little boxes of ice cream first. They'll melt faster. We got to get rid of that. We had one guy who set up the cereal aisle. I kid you not. That was his area. He did the cereal aisle. He went and got a bunch of like those standing lights, and it was all lit up. So it was like the only place in the whole store that was lit up was was the cereal aisle. And we're looking around, bumping into shelving units. I don't know. It was fun though. Wouldn't want to repeat it. Could you? Oh, the worst part was, of course, the checkouts went down, right? So and it was a 24-hour store at that time, and locking the doors, like shooing customers out, going, yeah, "I'm sorry, but we don't have the equipment to ring anything up," and happened to lock the doors, and people pulling up, going, "I can't buy anything." Like, sorry, you lost power for 20 hours. Yeah, exactly. You know what? This is years and years and years ago. Um, my cousin did that. He decided that he was going to run his off the grid, like run his power his house off the grid. So he got a big old Jenny, and that's what he used, a generator to power his house, right? He did this for 5 years. 5 years. Then, for some reason, I kid you not, somebody reported him to CPS about it, that they didn't have electricity on the grid. And him, his wife, and his kids, they kept their house spotless. They were just not on the grid, you know? You could eat off their floors how clean this house was and how well they took care of their kids. But CPS was going to step in and take their children if they didn't get power from the local power company. And that, I find that ridiculous. They almost lost their kids over not buying power through the power company. Ridiculous. I mean, because they didn't have any gas fumes coming in the house. The generator was set up legally outside, but it was, I think, a neighbor had sold their house next door, went to get their power turned on. Power company came in, noticed that he had a generator, looked up that they hadn't had service in 5 years, and then started watching the house. So they got reported by a freaking power company worker. And that was like, how petty are people, right? And like I said, I mean, these people are good people. My cousin and his, family. He just said it was cheaper for them. And that was a viable option for them. I love the idea of living off the grid. It's very peaceful. My mom was saying at a commune. Oh, I'm so sorry, Blissful. Well, and that's the thing. They lived in town. So that was the stipulation. Well, they live within city limits, so they can't do that. You can have a generator, but it's only for backup and storms. You have to carry, you have to have a power company. Now, if they lived out in the country, it wouldn't have been an issue but it was city limits. Mm-hmm. Exactly, Blissful. Company power, companies do not, big companies do not like losing that. I tell you another like power situation. This had to be, oh my gosh, 8 years ago, right? Um, 7, 8 years ago, I had my garden set up, and I actually on the outside of my home have one of those like you, plugins outside of my home that has a cap that you can, if you need to plug in an electric lawnmower or anything like that, or um, gardening. Uh, some gardening items are electrical. Anyway, I had one of those uh, heavy duty ones on my house with the like I insulated closure and all that. Well, I didn't notice. I just kept noticing. Well, there's an orange cord out there, but I didn't think anything of it. I get my light bill, and my light bill's for $500 for the month. And mind you, I was supporting 4 children at the time. I'm like, what? Wait a minute, I'm on a budget. Uh, my house payments, everything, that added up to like 800, and my average light bill was like 125 to 150 a month, and then it jacked up to 500, and I'm like, what the hell? And we go looking, and that orange cord was, I have a fence at the back of my house. It was over the fence, and this cord went up to my neighbor's house. They hadn't had electricity that long. So I unplugged it, rolled up the extension cord, put it on their porch, right? The next day, extension cord is back in there. They had to walk around. They had to pull it over a fence, hop that fence, and then walk through my garden to put it in. And they did it after dark. And I kept unplugging this every night, right? Well, finally, my daughter was 16, 17 at the time, one of my children. She goes outside, finds it, and she unplugs it, rolls it up, and brings it and brings it in our house. She goes, "Well, they lost a good extension cord." And I'm like, "Wait a minute, I should have thought of that the first night." Yeah, and my house is only like 300 or maybe 400 square feet. And it was summer, and I didn't at the time. I didn't um I didn't have central air, and I didn't have air conditioner. I had 2 fans running because I had good shade and my windows open. Uh, you're gonna tell me that's $500? Wrong answer. Well, they had this extension cord, and they had other extension cords going from that extension cord in their house. And they were running a whole bunch of things. They were running like a room air conditioner through that. Lucky they didn't set their house on fire or just totally fry that. Hmm. Well, and and it was dark over there for the next 2 months. They didn't have electricity until like a month or two after school started. And it was a single guy who had two kids. And then my kids would get all freaked out because those kids would, 1 o'clock in the morning or whatever, they'd be over here raiding my garden for food. I'm like, let them have whatever grows. I don't care as long as they're eating. You know what I mean? Hey, sweetheart, how you doing?
I'm tired.
You tired again?
Yeah.
That's okay.
I'm also thirsty for sugars.
You want to drink?
Yeah.
There's some soda in the door of the freezer. Should be a little bit. Um, if you're hot, you can lay on that mattress. Okay?
Got it. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
You are a good child.
Ma'am.
Yes.
And I don't got attitude.
You're the nice one. You have no attitude. You're the nice one out of 5. Yeah, taking care of your mom, yeah. Um, Smaller homes, yeah. If you don't need the space, why pay for the space, right? Look at us talking about saving money. Oh no, make a live about us saving money. It's a large house, just 2 people. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yep, if there's only 2 of you, downsize. I would upsize. I want my babies with me forever. You gonna hang out with me?
Yeah.
You are always welcome to hang out with me, Sage. You're my favorite. I joke around. You're my favorite. Parents aren't supposed to have favorites. You'd love to move to a place with fewer neighbors, huh? Oh, do you need to?
Squeezing through.
You squeeze them through, huh?
I can't feel my legs very much.
I know. I know. I should bring out the camp chairs and stuff.
Well, I had a 5-year-old sleep on my legs.
Mm. Gray?
Yeah, it wasn't all night. It was only in the morning.
Aw.
Walked out while we were
He looks so much like you.
He was so behaved.
Yeah, but he loves you. He loves his aunt Stage.
He loves me. Adores me even.
All babies and little children love you for some reason. And doggies and kitties and guinea pigs and birdies. And you're like a regular Disney princess. Just one of these days, I'm gonna watch you wake up in the morning and see the birds landing on your arms.
He's like stretching.
uh, that's funny. uh, your neighbors are the animals. So, anybody have plans this weekend? What are you looking at? You what?
I'm start World War.
You're gonna start World War III? Really?
Here's how I'm gonna do it. Guess what?
What?
Dogs should not vote for
Dogs
president.
should not vote for president. Okay. And that's gonna start World War III.
Yep.
That's your plan.
Oh, also that I'm not cute. That's also gonna start World War III.
Oh, okay. Well, um, really? Well, I will say pride cometh before the fall, but
every time I say I'm not cute, a whole bunch of people are like, "No, you're cute."
You are cute, though.
I'm good looking.
Well, let's just say you may be a nice person, but maybe
a little too cocky for
maybe a little conceited. We'll give you that.
I mean, well, I'm just joking.
Oh, 71 wants to know, but can the cats vote?
They can vote for mayors.
They can vote for mayors, but not president.
Yeah, it'd give them a little too much power. They already have a hierarchy of, if like a cat's higher than you, like height wise, not like really long legs, but on like a shelf or something, it means it's more powerful.
Yeah,
that's how cat hierarchy works. So if you let them vote for president, we're just letting them run the world, and a lot of people already have like 45 cats paying their rent. So
would that be the reason that your cat keeps climbing up and getting up on the roof?
Yeah. She's like,
because she has a
She has a god complex.
She does. She has quite the complex. She'll come in the house and jump up on the computer desk and knock things over and
then get mad at you when you're not loving her.
Yeah, and
you're cleaning a mess.
Or she'll jump up like on the entertainment center and knock pictures off
while looking
at you. Like, really? And just give you this like look like, yeah,
I did that.
Do something. Say something. Spray me with that water bottle. I dare you.
She's like, I ain't scared. My cat's always living life on the edge.
Oh, Blissful has a cat that she sure is a Republican.
How? Bro, I need to hear about this. Like, when the news comes on, she yelling at the Democrats, like, meow, meow. I need to hear this.
She's just being friendly. Mocha, friendly. Oh my God.
She puts her butt in her face and is like, okay, I'm gonna kiss your hips or something. She farts.
She's mean. She's mean. I tell you, because you can hear her run through the house, and everybody's asleep. It's like 3:00 in the morning, and I'm on the bed, right? And I have the door open, and you can hear her charging through the house, like all the way from your bedroom, all the way to mine, and you can hear her thump, 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 because you know how fat she is and everything. I mean, for a fat cat, that girl can run. And then she jumps up on me, claws my ankle, looks at me, and goes meow, and then takes off. I'm like, what in the hell? I've been ambushed. So I had to check what was going on. She was mad because her food bowl was empty. I'm like,
yeah, get to work.
So I put food in her food bowl. She came back then, and then came back, and then sat on my head after she ate.
She's thanking you. Is that how Mocha thanks people? She either squeaks at you or just sits on your face.
She's a judgmental cat. No, she actually loves on everybody, but
She's a really sweet cat.
she's a lovable baby. But she'll ornery in the middle of the night because they're nocturnal. And then Diva, the other cat, she's asleep but she's camped out. I think it's funny now for some reason. She has to be in the big bathroom. Like there's a litter box in there,
I think it's
and
because
she
a lot of people
expected.
go in there and pet her.
Yeah, she hardly ever leaves the bathroom anymore. Just like, meow. Like really?
Maybe Mocha likes to see my hiney.
Well,
We
she
have
made
dinner
us
for
put
Diva.
food out for her there and water because she doesn't like to leave the bathroom hardly ever.
When she does, she likes to go back in.
She'll go lay on my bed or she'll go out in the living room, look at everybody, meow, and then leave. Like, and then go back to the bathroom. Like, I think it's because it's a room that people aren't in that much. Plus, she's 10 years old. So I panic, and like every time I go in the bathroom and I see her sleeping on the floor, I'm like poking her with my toe, going, "Please don't die."
I'm like, I stand in the doorway for like 5 minutes and
Like,
watch her.
please don't die, because she um, she's got longer hair, and we have to feed her stuff with furball formula, and she coughs up furballs. So every time she coughs up a furball, we're like, she's dying.
Someone send an ambulance.
Send a kitty ambulance.
Meow.
She said, and if she ever does pass away, which well is inevitable, your sister's going to be crushed because that's her kitty cat.
But I know Danny's aware that Diva Diva has like I say like a year two
Oh,
left.
she may have longer. She's pretty.
She's
She's pretty mobile and stuff like that for
like I think she has like between
5
2
and
to
6.
5 years.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's like a sweet spot. But I know Danny has a grasp of that. Diva's not going to be there forever, and I
Oh, how many? We got Diva
a day before we got Mocha.
and Mocha. We just have those two cats. They're both adopted. They're both rescues.
They know they're adopted.
They
We make
know
it very obvious
Diva we adopted.
on May 11th of 2021, and then May
La-
12th.
no, we adopted Mocha a week later. Or
No, it was the next day.
no, it wasn't.
No, it was 2 days later.
No, it was a week.
No, it was not.
Okay.
We had
Anyway, a few days. There was a few days, not
it
very
was
many.
2-3 days.
Anyway, they were both fixed.
We all thought it was smart I needed to go back.
And she was a kitten. Mocha was a kitten, and Diva was already 8-9 years old.
She was 46 weeks when we got her.
Yeah, she was 6 weeks old when we got her, and she was already fixed. So,
You have to be 6 weeks to fix a kid.
yep. And yeah, that's cute. And the boys, and then we have the two dogs. And
Danny got Mocha, or sorry, yeah, when my sister got Mocha was because I really like tortie shells, and I prefer female tortie shells because they're often kinder, and there's very rare male tortie shell, and I really like torties because they're just very cute.
yeah, your sister felt guilty for getting a cat and you not having one. And she didn't want to share Diva with you.
Yeah,
So she's like,
and I think she knew that. Yeah, everyone loved Ash. Ash is my kid who died, by the way. He was only a couple weeks old.
he was 6 weeks. He was about 5 weeks old, but we found him.
We found him, but
Yeah, I'm not getting a monkey or a bird. Okay.
No.
No.
But
The two chihuahuas and the two cats are plenty. I mean, Except for you guys keep asking me for a ball python, and I'm like, no.
I know because you have a fear of snakes. So
I don't really have a fear of
don't
snakes.
worry, Mom. I'm asking for a guinea pig now.
Oh my gosh. No. We're not turning our home into a menagerie of
I just
animals.
want a guinea pig. That's my life.
A menagerie of
I
animals.
want a guinea pig and I want to name it Mocha number 2.
For those that are watching that do not know what a menagerie is, it's a collection of animals.
Showing of animals, collecting animals, same thing.
Yes, showing of like a display of animals, a menagerie.
Anyway, as I was saying, before I was rudely interrupted, get your life together, lady.
Okay, I'll try. I'm almost 50 and it still hasn't happened yet.
Anyway, I sound so mean. I'm not mean, I promise. Anyway, I don't have my glasses, so I'm depending on Ginger to read it, my mom. Anyway, where was I? Oh, right. So our kitten Ash, the backstory of the reason we called him Ash because he was like a almost black color, but he was really ashy color, gray. Hey, Ginger. Anyway, but you know, I was really attached to him. I tried to feed him. I fed him a lot, but I don't think it kind of worked because he wasn't latching well, which I think was one of the reasons.
Well, it was failure to thrive. The kitten had failure to thrive, and that's why the mom abandoned him probably. So we found him because he's all this meowing. But anyway, onward and upward.
But yeah, so I think my sister really saw that his death took a toll on me, and it's like, let's go to a pet store and get you a pet. And we got Diva. Yeah. I'll never forget how I found out Ash died.
Yeah, right? He was crying.
Yeah. Come home, Dad's like, yeah, also Ash is dead. I'd be like, he's like, yeah, I was fishing. No, he did not use Ash's.
A bait, yeah.
He buried him somewhere. Not in our yard, no. His favorite fishing spot.
Okay.
He's good luck.
It's okay, okay?
Very mad.
It's okay, baby.
I know I'm tense.
You're a good kid. You're a good kid. Oh my gosh, for the longest time though, it's like my older 3 kids, we lived somewhere where they couldn't really have a pet. We had a pet rabbit there, and that's it. And it was like a big old Dutch lot. And he lived for like 7 years. And then we went to move and gave him to this lady who lived, who didn't have any pets or whatever. She really wanted him. Gave him to her, and she had him till the day she passed away.
Talking about Dusty?
Yep, Dusty Bunny. He was gray. That was a good name for him. He had a leash and everything. Um, so when we got into the house, Kira like went crazy. I want a cat. I want a dog. I was like, no. Oh wow, that's a lot of animals. 3 rabbits, 3 dogs, 3 cats, 200 chickens.
You gotta make those eggs. I can understand dogs. You gotta herd the chickens, cats. The cats gotta make sure the dogs are in line. And rabbits, did you say?
No, yep, rabbits.
I don't like rabbits.
Their teeth scare you. No.
No, it's everyone suddenly wants a bunny, but not like I'm okay with the big bunnies and normal sized bunnies. I just don't like dwarf bunnies.
Wow. You are.
No, it's not like I don't like dwarves. No, that's not. Let me explain.
Mm,
I had a friend who had a whole So with dwarf bunnies, from what I know, you're only supposed to get one or two, so that they're like, or you're supposed to get like two, so they're not alone. Because bunnies are really social animals, from
yeah.
what I know. And she got 6. Wondered why her room was a mess, and they kept breeding.
Oh.
She thought she only got females.
Oh, Lord.
So they kept breeding. And the thing is, she would send me videos of them.
All over, huh? Inappropriate,
Yeah.
right?
I'm sorry if that kind of rang your
Mating.
image, bunnies.
They were mating like bunnies.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I'm really wanting this straight.
No, you're not.
What? What you say to me?
Oh, my gosh. Eh. Well, that's good that your dog had a happy life. That's awesome. Mine does. I mean, mine do too, but I have one that, like, we have to keep on our, we have a covered, like, patio. And when we come out the door, we have a child's gate across of it, like a baby gate, because otherwise, our dog Wesley Snips, yes, we call him Wesley Snips, like Snipes.
You call him Wesley.
Well, that's because he snips. Anyway, what would you say he is? I know he's but his coat is
He looks.
like it's speckled
He
and
looks like a mini.
banded.
He looks like a mini. Uh, not border collie. Uh, sheepdog. You know, with the brown and white coat.
A tan and speckled and
Yeah.
yeah.
He's like a little mini sheepdog.
And he's got one blue eye and one brown eye.
That's why he's mine, because I have one gray eye and one blue eye.
Okay, both your eyes are the same color.
I'm colorblind. I like to make people believe I have 2 different eye colors, so they stare into my eyes.
Well, that's a trick.
Yeah, they're like, you have 2 different eye colors? I don't see a difference.
Gotcha there, didn't I? But he'll look at you and then he'll give you a Ren and Stimpy look because he's a Chihuahua. And it's like if you have done something that he doesn't like, he gives you this half-lidded look, like, and his little ears pulled back, and he gives you kind of a crusty look.
Really? Did you just do that? Did you just pick up my poop? Wow. I was trying to say that for
So as soon as if he's at the door, and I have the gate closed on the patio, on the porch, he'll give me that half-lidded look and fold his ears back, and he won't leave the house. So I have to bring his lead in and put the lead on his collar for him to go outside. Because otherwise, if that gate's open and you open the front door, he's gone and you can't catch him. We got a runner. And then he gets so pissed, man. He thinks he's the alpha, man. I'm the alpha. And I'll tell him that too. I'll look at him and I'll go, quit looking at me like that. I'm the alpha. And then
you
he gets.
are both wrong. Mocha is the alpha. It's her world, and we're just living in it.
Wrong. Diva's the alpha. Because
Diva's too sweet to even make commands.
Oh, I don't know.
Mocha runs the world. You can't tell me different.
Until she runs up against Diva, and then Diva will swat her ass.
True.
Because if the dogs come anywhere near Mocha, Diva jumps down and looks at them, and then she takes her paw and just slaps one of them. And my 2 cats are bigger than the dogs.
Mocha gets along really well with Wesley, just not with
Yeah.
Sebastian. I think it's how lovey-dovey Sebastian is and how much he sniffs. Sebastian sniffs a lot.
Aww.
Well, what's the awe for? I know I'm cute and all, but
Oh, Blissful. She has a older dog.
I like older dogs. They're often the most sweet. Unless you have my sister's kind of dog, which is a big black dog who is,
Ronnie.
yeah, who's mean.
He is not mean to me. Every time I'm around. Rot, 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 rot.
He has to follow me everywhere.
Well, that's not mean. He's. I know he follows you everywhere because he's a little attention whore.
He's like my age, though.
Yeah, he is. I think he's 15.
I think he's a year younger.
You know, most dogs could probably floss their teeth with my dogs.
I think tinier dogs. This teacup Pomeranian.
You want a teacup palm?
Yeah, they're smaller than most palms. I want a teacup Pomeranian.
What do you think Tommy was?
He was a tiny baby. He was a precious baby. You never bring his name up with the attitude again.
Tommy is a dog she grew up with. I had a teacup Pomeranian. And
my best friend
that I got before I was pregnant with her. I got pregnant with her, and and the thing is, this dog was so spoiled. When I brought him home, you could fit him in the palm of your hand, and he was black. And I brought it home, and her older sister was, I think, 12 at the time. She goes like this, "What is it?" She's freaking out. She's like, "What is it?" And I go, "What do you think it is?" And she goes, "It's a hedgehog." And I go, "Hedgehog?" And she's like, "It looks like a little black hedgehog." And I'm like, it's a Pomeranian. I've never heard of that animal before," she says. I said, "It's a breed of dog." "That's not a dog, Mom. It is tiny." And it took him forever to grow. And when he was full grown, he was like 4 pounds, 5 pounds.
That dog would snuggle me.
I know. He was so tiny. He was so tiny his whole life.
Me, and y'all were jealous.
And then my oldest daughter would carry him around in like a little carrier, like you get for babies. They make them for dogs. She had to have this little carrier, like baby carrier, and she carried this dog around like he was a baby. And then, oh god, and she had a little purse for him too.
And then when I came along, it wasn't about him, it was about me.
And she carried this dog everywhere. She had a baby blanket and everything for him. And as soon as I had Sage, she was 13, she stopped carrying the dog around. And he got mad because he was so spoiled. So then he started like peeing on her pillow. Just her pillow. But like she named the dog and everything. It was Tommy Lee from Motley Crue. She named the dog Tommy Lee, and she wanted to get a blonde one so she could name it Vince. Vince Neil. I'm like, oh my god. She wanted to have Tommy Lee, and she wanted 4 Pomeranians so she could have the whole band. um, you can't tell that she was raised on retro rock. She is a big Motley Crue fan. Yes, exactly, 71. He was mad. That's like, she couldn't figure out why this dog, and he wouldn't pee on her pillow all the time, but he'd come to her for attention because, the dog was a year old by the time, a year and a half old by the time Sage was born, right? So, um,
Born March 1992.
no, he was born, actually, he was born, or wait, he was born in like February.
So,
Tommy.
yeah.
He was born in February. I think it was Valentine's Day. But we got him when he was 6 weeks old. But anyway, so she stopped like loving on the dog all the time,
How dare she?
right? And then every time we put Sage down as a baby, this dog was always cuddling her and licking her face. And she would just giggle. And we had him till you were what, 5?
About 4 or 5. No, 3, 4.
5.
Yeah.
4. 4. Yeah. Because he had just turned 6 when, yeah.
And we didn't have him when we moved here. And then we moved here.
I know. And then it was, yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. That's Nikki 6. She was like wanting to, but we're like, no, we have enough dogs. We wouldn't adopt, we wouldn't go get another one because we already had my husband had a rat terrier named Candy. And yeah, she wasn't fixed.
Oh.
So Candy and Tommy ended up having babies. Bow, chicka, wow, wow. And then Candy got fixed. But
well, too late. She popped babies up in Cootie. I was half of her to get smacked.
But yeah, I think it was because like you peed on her pillow, like when she's like, "Not now, Tommy, get out of my way, Tommy," and she'd shove him. I mean, she wouldn't kick him, but she'd shove him with her foot. Then she'd go to school. He'd go in her room and he'd pee on her pillow. And I'm like, well, keep pissing the dog off. Find out what happens, right? And by then, he was the only dog we had, so yeah, keep pissing the dog off. See what happens. Gonna have some fresh smelling hair there. No, I'm just kidding. That's what Pamela would do. Well, you know what? It could be worse. She could end up with a dog that you would have to call Amber Heard, right?
My dog's a pin to be.
Amber Heard and the big old turd.
Not my mom.
But Pomeranians don't leave big old turds. They leave little, what we called chocolate Cheetos.
And that ruined Cheetos for me.
No, they look like, when he went outside, it looked like burnt chocolate Cheetos. And then if your brother didn't brush his teeth, when you have kids and you're checking that, like, you're like, did you brush your teeth? Did you do this? It was like I'd make your brother go, like, huff his breath to check if he brushed his teeth. And whoa, 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 your breath smells like chocolate Cheetos. You're like, go brush them. Go brush those teeth. Cheetos. I'm sorry, that's exactly what they looked like, man. Chocolate Cheetos.
Whoever said don't ruin Cheetos, I agree. And I heard the story in greater detail than you are, and I cannot see Cheetos the same.
I haven't touched a Cheeto since.
Every time I try to eat Cheetos, I think of it and immediately throw up.
And you already have issues with what you eat anyway.
Yeah.
You're
I
picky.
said bullying it. No, I don't want to shop now. I'm fucking broke.
Oh my
I'm
goodness.
I'm broker than a bank worker.
You know what though? I think a lot of times I put people to sleep with my voice. I do it to animals and babies too.
But not me.
No, but you're kind of ADHD, so it's the opposite effect with you.
You remember that was so dumb.
I almost bought Cheetos yesterday, but instead I got cheddar, harvest cheddar, um, harvest chips.
Oh, I got chips that my daddy bought me.
What kind of chips did your daddy buy you?
Cookies.
Takis? What kind of Takis?
The spicy kind.
The
Fuego.
spice. They're all spicy
The
kind.
Fuego. The
The
purple bag.
the purple bag.
Yeah.
You could live off those.
I can barely eat them. It's not because they're spicy. They just don't make me feel nice.
You're gonna have an ulcer before you're 20.
I'm gonna be dead.
No, you're not.
I'm gonna eat so many Takis. They're
You-
gonna. My gluten allergy is gonna be like.
Hi.
Anyway.
You're silly.
I am silly.
Cause you he popped on. He goes, "Cause Dad is cool. You love your dad, don't you?"
Yeah, if you say no, I always get out of him. One parent's gotta say yes. You said no to a guinea pig. He's thinking about it.
Oh,
Don't bring it up. It might ruin it.
might ruin it.
But I asked for a guinea pig.
Yeah, but you know what? When you ask for a guinea pig, all they have to do is remind your dad, pudding pop.
That's because no one took care of him.
Yes, they did.
Don't worry, Mom. I'll take care of the guinea pig when he comes or she. Haven't decided what gender I wanted. I want a man. I want a man in my life.
A lot of people have told me I confuse them. You never confuse me, Blissful.
I confuse myself. My eyes don't work. The words are squirming.
Been watching people play with the darkness. Yeah, yeah. You see that all over YouTube. They're playing with the darkness all over. What sounds interesting, 71? Playing in the darkness or playing with the darkness? Playing with the paranormal? Toying with the spirit boxes? I'm going in for a minute.
For a minute?
Well, I have to plug my phone in. Don't. Oh, you're gonna be sad about not being able to run into the street. We live in a cul-de-sac. It's not like you're gonna get hit by a car at 10 o'clock at night. You had a lost weekend where you woke up in a different state, Blissful. You know what that reminds me of? Did you ever watch Shameless? Where where the guy woke up in Mexico, I think. Right. Exactly, Mr. G. People that think they're all dark, and then you pop in. Yeah, I don't go out in the darkness here. Either find a hillbilly or an animal. Or a dog man.
That's my dad. I'm sorry, that was dumb.
Ah, 71. Mr. G likes your land. Flip you, Ginger. I was nearly asleep listening to your channel, and you made me laugh when you said people fall asleep listening to your voice. I really thought you knew I was listening to you. I didn't mean to scare you, doll. I swear. I'm not in your dreams. It's okay, Buttercup. It's okay. No, Buttercup is someone's been around on YouTube for a while.
Oh.
She's from Ireland.
Okay, thanks for clarifying.
Buttercup is awesome. I've known her for over a year. Well, since um, Mystery Case Files. The tribe that visits you, 71. Yeah, right. The zombie apocalypse. You know, we actually had a like tried to do discussion on what we would do during a zombie apocalypse. We're gonna have to do that subject again, or that topic again, because it was real fun. We just kind of let a confusion that night. Uh, a lot of trolls that night. A lot of weird things going on that night.
I got one more, I'm not going to use it.
Um, yeah, I got. I didn't even realize the TV was still on. That sounded like my sister. That remote goes to, I think, this TV. It either goes to this, yeah, it goes to this TV because the other remote came with my TV. Oh no, it went to the TV I had before.
Did you just randomly find it?
Yeah, in my drawer, in my
And it works out here.
my end table. Yeah, because it's the same type of TV. Yeah. Are you happy now?
Yeah.
I'm glad you're happy. Yeah, throw out some meat to feed them. You got some dog, man. Well, the good news is if you got dogmen on your property, a lot of bears will be chased off. I don't know. What would be more dangerous there, Mr. G? Dogman or bears?
Definitely him. He's Sasquatch. If I saw Sasquatch on my property, I would my
No cookies, sweets, toys. Oh, like the little squeaky toys that babies get, or the little stuffed animals that babies get, or oh, like the ones that like digit, like oh wow, Wesley's all about getting love. Okay.
cartoons. Unless I don't know that one, I don't want to watch it.
Yeah, it's not your bubble guppies, is it?
I like Wild Kratts. Thank you very much.
You liked bubble guppies as a little kid. Don't lie.
Okay, so
Because you'd watch the same episode 2 times a day. Bubble, 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 guppies. Bubble
You're
guppies.
singing the theme song wrong. Bubble, 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 guppy, guppy, guppies. Bubble, 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 guppy, guppy, guppies. Bubble, bubble, guppies, guppies. Bubble, guppies.
Okay. Thank you for providing the music for this evening's festivities.
That reminds me of time. Me and my best friend were just watching kid cartoons in our seminar, or in our study hall class. We were just watching Bubble Guppy, Team Umizoomi.
Oh, yes, Umizoomi. You would not stop watching. Good thing the house is boarded up. You really think that if there was a zombie apocalypse happened, that the Kardashians will survive? Blissful, is it because of all the silicone? Wow, this is interesting. Very provocative. Uh, very provocative. Provocative. What are okay, Mr. G? What are more curious than anything?
Bisexual.
Seriously.
Who is right there? You expect me, when there's an open door of a clear joke I should make, you expect me to walk away from it.
You're my child.
So
You're not,
I'm gonna walk through it.
right.
You're not.
You're gonna run right through that,
I'm gonna sprint right through it.
and you're gonna take that opportunity to nail down a joke, right?
Yeah.
You are my child.
That's why I said, what's more curious in your opinion? Bisexuals.
It's okay. It doesn't matter. We pretty much talk about anything, Mr. G. So, if you're, it don't matter. We already talked about those topics anyway. So once we get through the first, we get through the topics that are on the actual header, we just kind of open talk. We have mostly open talk anyway throughout it, don't we all? That's what makes us an interesting crew here. The topic is random moments right now. Random. Is that song stuck in your head now? Something's always trying to break in there. Okay. Is it pounding outside, or does it scratch, or do you hear knobs turning or rattling, like something trying to push up a window?
Okay.
You are surrounded by weird 71, especially the terrain and everything. It's just woo.
And she's friends with a weirdo.
Yeah, she is friends with a weirdo.
You.
Me. Yep.
I would call somebody one of my friends, but it's like a weird have a child and an adult be friends.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's try to get in the screen.
Oh, that's just me. You should just open the door next time.
Okay, and it stopped when the rattling stopped upstairs. Yeah.
Okay, that's me.
Hold on. Hold on. Okay, I will be right back.
I'm taking over, losers. Anyway, that's kind of scary. 71.
I'm taking over. I will be right back.
But yeah, I'm taking over. I don't know what to do. I'm so nervous, especially with my dad watching. That's good. That's good. 71. Don't worry. We don't gotta get into it, girl. Don't worry. That's scary. Just imagine trying to sleep. Oh, I'm so cozy in my bed. Rattle, rattle. And start crying. I'd start crying. Yeah. I don't have my glasses, but I'm really bad at reading. Is it quiet strange or quiet weird? That's my question. Like, should you? There's always that moment where it's like, I'm suspicious of why the house is so quiet. You know what I mean? Good. Good 71. I think you taught your house a lesson. Good. Um, Stop, I'm doing a live. It's my live now. Anyway. They like me more. 71 had a stalker, clearly. Yeah. 71 is growing through some. I'm sending prayers. Even though, like, their house is fine and all. Woo. Woo. I can't read. Go ahead. You know what I mean? Dude, your audience loves me, okay? I'm just spending my time in the spotlight.
Oh my god.
Probably annoying someone. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. Not me.
I bet your house is lovely. I like houses. I get to sleep in them. You know what I mean?
You love houses. Okay.
Oh, that makes sense. Blissful. That makes sense. It's my eyebrow. My eyebrow was really itchy. The person pissed the big guy off. I don't want no matter. I don't want no anger in here. Anger's not allowed.
Yeah. Anger is not allowed in any room Blissful's in.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Give it a good talking to.
What? Did a troll pop in?
No.
Oh.
Leave the chat. I've been showing you the chat. My spotlight's over. Go in my spotlight. Okay. I'm gonna cry now.
Getting some construction done. Oh, wow. Mom always said, leave the key in the door, because we never know who might need a warm place to stay. Aww. Oh, wow.
I always want to be that person where, like, even though I don't have my own house, because, I'm too young to get my own house, I always want, at least a friend to have a safe place to go. Because, it's just something nice. You know what I mean? I've always been that type of person.
I know, you're the sweetheart.
And then if they can't come over, I go to their house to comfort them. Which half the time, I end up being big spoon and stuff, and they snuggle me. So yeah.
You are. Oh my goodness, girl. Oh my goodness, you're so sweet. And that would be the one who we had to go to conferences over, her being too nice. The world is going to take advantage of her.
The world has. Anyway, what's going on?
Wow, that was something else.
What, you showed the phone in my face and you're like, oh, what's going on, bro?
Nothing really. It's the midnight special. Shine a light on me.
I'm going to start World War III.
You keep saying that with the
No,
dogs.
don't worry.
With the
Okay,
dogs.
listen up. I don't like bacon.
Really?
Bacon, it's too greasy, it makes me sick.
You like the turkey bacon?
Yeah, but I just don't like bacon. I'll eat turkey bacon when I feel like it.
Because it has no grease.
Yeah, but bacon I will not eat because I don't like it.
Okay.
Okay, that's starting World War III.
Well, you eat bacon bits.
Because I just chew them, I don't taste them. Sometimes I want something to chew, okay? Jesus.
Oh, that would be very peaceful, blissful.
What's up? Almost see. I can't see from here. I'm blind.
Don't freak her out too much, Mr. G. She's in a house out in the middle of nowhere by herself.
They're all talking about bacon now.
Yes. Blissful wants to know she can have your bacon.
Yeah, I'll mail it to you. I'll be like, I'll put it in a nice care package, wrap it up, whatever your favorite color is. I'm guessing like blue or purple. That's often like peaceful colors, you know. And then, I'll put a little care package. And you know what? I'm going to put extra piece of bacon. I'm going to steal it. Not from like a store. I'm going to steal it from someone else's plate.
Oh.
You got a little chaos.
Oh my gosh, your personality. I love it. Smooth brain. Smooth brain.
Big brain.
You wrinkle brain.
Blue's your favorite. Okay, so I'm going to make a little nice, like, peaceful, like, cute little, like, it looks like a necklace. You would put, like, a necklace in, a little box like that. Maybe a little, like, taller and stuff. Put a few strips of bacon in. Cross it over. You can make a BLT. I'll eat a BLT any day. Yeah. And, maybe I'll put, like, a plastic fork in there or something. So, and put some extra ingredients. You got yourself, like, a little salad or something. Whatever you like with your bacon. I like croutons, though. So, yeah. I bet we're going to talk about bacon.
Oh, that's cool. That's awesome, blissful. Always welcome. Everybody's welcome here.
He's going to hear how I'm going to send some
Bacon?
Bacon.
Why is somebody on there going to send you bacon, blissful? This is just odd. This place is odd. He's going to think we're crazy. Oh.
I mean...
Look, we're just chill people.
Yeah. Totally.
You've never gotten meat products in the mail. I'm excited. She says, I think that we'll have to pack it in dry ice, so.
Yeah, so it's not suspicious.
Well, so it doesn't spoil.
Well, yeah, but like with, I think, mailing food items, you have to have a special thing to go with
like
it.
It's a cooler or something with dry ice or something.
Yeah, don't worry, Blissful. I got you. Just how many pieces of bacon? You want some steaks? I bet.
You want some steaks? Guess what, 71? We live like within 10 miles of Omaha Steaks.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to make some steaks for 71. It'll be the... What kind of steaks? You like medium rare?
Oh, wait. You don't cook the steak.
Or maybe, oh yeah, maybe
she'd have to cook her own steak.
Yes,
but
okay, yeah. That makes sense. That
what
makes sense.
cut of steak?
Yeah, what kind of cut of steak? I don't know any different cuts. Ain't nothing but a hound dog, bone, crying all the time.
An Elvis care package for Country Joe. That is so sweet, blissful. She is gonna love that. Omaha steaks, right? And bloody.
That's my
Right.
favorite kind of steak.
But you know what? I always say that was like, we're like in a restaurant. We'll be like, they'll ask how you like your steak, and I was like, wipe its ass and put it on my plate.
What does that mean?
Rare. Wipe its ass and put it on your plate. That's rare. You don't want.
I like my medium rare.
I know you don't eat rare. You like medium rare. Your sister likes medium rare to rare.
Dad likes raw.
If your dad likes it, just wipe its ass and put it on a plate.
So raw. Otherwise, I don't really like steak.
Oh, that is cool.
Well, don't say it's cool enough. Show me.
Elvis care package. CJ Country Joe is a creator.
I know. Don't worry.
Oh yeah, you know Country Joe. Anyway, big Elvis fan. She's huge Elvis fan.
5 minutes before. Don't worry, bro. I'm gonna send you a couple steaks, and I'm gonna send them cooked steaks. Any seasoning? I like mine with garlic.
Raw hamburger. Oh wow, that wow.
It's hard keeping my eyes open. I wanna watch The Boy.
Oh, you want to watch The Boy again?
Adult Brahms.
Really? You're so cute.
Dude! He's submissive and breathable.
You're strange. You're one strange child. But that's okay. But you're the only child at home right now. So you kind of get to be the spotlight of all children again. You get to play like you're an only child. At least till your brother gets home from work. No, Danny is not. Danny went to. She went to stay at a friend's. Oh, don't pout. Don't cry. Don't cry. I know you two hate being separated from each other, but come on. Your little spoon is staying the night at her friend's house. So you cannot curl up next to your little sister. Oh no, you taking the fetal position because your sister is not around? Wow, that is crazy. I've never seen two sisters that are so attached to each other except for my twin sisters. But you guys are like a year apart. You can find a lot of stuff at like yard sales and garage sales.
Yeah, when we were getting your home earlier, we passed by a garage sale, which is nothing but baby clothes.
A garage sale that was nothing but baby clothes, huh?
Yeah. It's all
We have to go, like, I have to go through your stuff. All I have to go through all your stuff. I can make a garage sale or a yard sale just out of your stuff.
Well, I know that we have some baby clothes, and we're not giving them to some old people. So I'm watching my baby clothes when I'm on my side, hold my head up, and get a dope lady.
That is so cool that you found that stuff for Country Joe. She is a sweetheart. She truly does deserve that stuff. She's had it rough. I mean, emotionally on here in the last 6, 7, 8 months. It's been kind of a roller coaster for CJ, and she's a sweetheart. The one sale I found them in also had Stevie Nicks program with concert ticket. Oh my gosh, that is so cool. I almost like I really liked that name, Stevie, for a girl. Plus my father-in-law's name was Steve. And every time I was expecting a baby, he's like, if it's a girl, name it Stephanie. And I'm like, nah, I like the name Stevelin. Stevelin. It's a name. Stevelin is a name. And then you can call the girl Stevie. But your grandfather hated the name Stevie because he was called Stevie when he was a teenager, when he worked at the checkouts as a bag boy. All the old ladies would pinch his cheeks and call him Stevie, and it annoyed him. So I had to nix that name. So, yeah. Stevie Nicks, get it? I had to nix that name. Yeah, my humor sucks. But gotta have a personality, man. You know what I like about her, though? What I like about Stevie Nicks um, is she kind of did her own kind of wardrobe kind of stuff, and she didn't necessarily pick stuff that was, you know, particularly like fashionable at the time, or uh, what everybody else was doing. She had her own sense of style. She still has her own sense of style, and it's very flowing, and I think it would be like if you're on stage, it wouldn't be as hot as a lot of stuff people wear, you know. I mean, people don't realize that if they're stage performers, how hot you're going to get under those lights. I mean, regular people don't realize that. That, with the lights, all the equipment, it's like so much hotter on stage than it is even in the audience when the audience is packed. Hey, Texas. Good to see you, sweetheart. Welcome to the club. We enjoy having new people. Oh, Sage. Oh, behave. Ooh, horror movies. Yes. 71 and I could just live off those.
The boy.
Have you guys seen that?
I
The,
love
mo- the movie The Boy and The Boy 2, Brahms. What is the second one?
Brahms the boy.
Brahms the Boy 2. Those are good ones. They're kind of neat and creepy. Like those. Um, what else? I mean, like, okay, we're gonna get on horror movies. Let's talk about horror movies. Um, what about like remakes and stuff like that? I'm not a fan of a lot of the remakes. Like the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre, to me, was like, I don't know, freakier to me than the remake with uh not Jessica Alba, Jessica whatever. Oh my god, I love me some horror movies. I grew up on that. That's my grind. 71's too. Exactly, 71. The original Texas Chainsaw Massacre
Yeah, I'm a girl.
was freaky, especially, like at the end where she's like screaming and running down that road. Um, it just, especially when it started with this movie is based on true events. Um, let's see. I'm a big, huge fan. Not a lot of people remember it, but do y'all remember Phantasm 2? I loved the Phantasm movies.
Oh,
Ooh, I have not seen Cannibal Holocaust. I'll have to see that. Yes, Jessica Biel, exactly.
Cannibal Holocaust is really good.
Oh, I agree, Texas. That we're all in agreement with Chainsaw Massacre. That was the original was the best. I love Phantasm. A lot of the stuff back then. You know what I'm saying? The um, stuff that was made in the late '70s. Wow, it was just like um,
I wasn't really raised with horror. I was raised with slasher.
that. Well, slasher movies are more like okay. Even Texas Chainsaw is considered a slasher. But you mean like
You like
wh-
like Halloween
yeah, Halloween?
and
Because
stuff like that. That's what I was raised with because I'm too much of a baby wimp to actually watch horror movies. And when I do, I get nightmares. I think the boy kind of falls into a slasher horror sort of.
it's more of a psychological thriller. The boy is. I love psychological thrillers.
Ooh. Anyway, I'm gonna
Um,
do bed.
Texas, you're awesome, man. I know Phantasm was awesome, wasn't it? To this day, this is how, like, when it comes to horror movies, it's like, oh, you get things like Halloween and what is it? Like, uh, uh, Jason movies and stuff like that. It had like a formula. Like, oh, there was a formula to it. Like, um, yeah, you're a virgin, you're going to survive the whole thing. It was always the ones getting some, or the ones that got killed, or the people smoking pot or drinking. Oh, those were the people that got killed. Um, like they were trying to send a message, right? Don't smoke pot, don't drink alcohol, don't have sex, and you'll survive, right? Like, ooh, the original Black Christmas. Yes, I remember that one. I remember that one. See, I mean, I'm probably carbon dating myself because I'm almost 50. But I remember going to drive ins and seeing a lot of this stuff, right? And I remember that my older sister, who is like, my oldest sister is almost 17 years older than me. So she would babysit me a lot, okay? And when I was little, her and her boyfriend or her husband at the time or whatever, oh, we're going to move. We're going to take Ginger with us, right? So my grandmother would be like, just make sure it's not a scary movie. I don't want her watching that kind of garbage. And it would be something like It's Alive or, the mutant baby one. It'd be things like Texas Chainsaw Massacre, um, Halloween. I saw that at the drive in. Um, I saw the original Amityville Horror in a movie theater when I was, I think, 7. I mean, I'm watching all this stuff, and it didn't always scare me, but I just enjoyed the thrill. It was almost like a roller coaster ride. Watching horror films is like a roller coaster ride to me. Like I get enjoyment out of it. Not like I'm enjoying people getting killed. That's not the thing. It's just the adrenaline rush that you get, and then you're like, I would do this in this situation. I would bolt, or you know what I'm saying? It kind of puts your survival mode on. I am ancient. You're 57. You're oldest dirt. Ah, come on. Texas, you ain't old. You ain't old. I'll be 50 in October. Yes, the entity. I remember that one. You know, another one that I don't know if you guys remember this one. Do you remember the movie? I think it was like probably 80, circa 82, maybe 80 to 83. It was the not the entity, but the Hearst. I don't know if y'all remember the movie The Hearst. That was a real interesting, like intriguing one too. I'm a baby, huh? Right. Texas is awesome, but you're fine. Oh, that is so sweet, blissful that you're so good. You and nice girl. You're such a sweetheart. Mm-hmm. The hearse. It came out around the same time as the entity. Yeah, burnt offerings. Uh, I haven't seen that in 30 years. Until you went to bed and I thought my bed was moving. I tell you, the one that kind of messed with me is, and there's reasons it did, is okay. When I was in, uh, I want to say around 5, 6, we lived in this house, okay, and it was creepy as hell. It was haunted. I'm not gonna lie. And what was weird about it is late at night, the TVs. I had a little 13-inch in my bedroom that I shared with my sister, and the living room had a TV. Okay, and every night those two TVs would pop on, and when they did, it was nothing but snow. You know what I'm saying? The picture was nothing but snow, and I would go sit in front of it, and I would look at the go out in the living room in the middle of the night and look at it, and like um, if you look at stuff long enough, it kind of digitizes in your mind. You can see patterns. I would see patterns in it, you know, and that's in the old days when you know T- TV went off air at like midnight or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And it would just be snow because it obviously this is the 70s I'm talking about. Anyway, we lived. Our bedroom was the back side of or back of this house. I guess it used to be the porch, but it was like closed in and made a bedroom. Well, there was also a cellar. The cellar door was one of those original slat cellars, you know, that was in our bedroom. And that door would come open. And what freaked me out is I would hear whispers and I would go down the like the cellar doors. The cellar would be not lit up. And there was like and there was a red light like emulating through the back wall. And the back wall, like when you came down, it was the concrete blocks were missing from a certain area there, and it was just a hole. You could, yeah, and there'd be a red light emanating from there, and yeah, weird things would happen. But during that time, I'm also going to movie theaters where, like, I mean, and that happened before I even saw. um, what was it, Amityville. But for some reason, a couple years later, or a few years later, when the movie came out, the Poltergeist, it freaked me out. When that little girl was watching that TV, it would send me back to me sitting there looking at the snow on the TV, and it would freak everybody in the house out. Because I would sleepwalk too. I did a lot of sleepwalking at the time. I was a creepy little kid. Oh, I loved Oliver Reed. Probably was the white noise. It was, I would hear things and I would, you're going to think I'm crazy, but I would sit there and look at the screen. And for some reason, I would see images sometimes, like faces. Um, like they were like faces that would come 3D to the forefront of the TV. And I would shut the TV off, it would pop back on. I'd unplug it and it would pop back on. And that was around the time that I explained to 71. Remember me talking about where I was seeing the little girl and the little boy outside and talking to them that were dressed like Little House on the Prairie? Same time, same house. And I thought they were real. Yeah, there was some stuff going on. The next house we lived in, there wasn't a lot of that going on. So the property was probably clean. You know what I mean? There wasn't, there was nothing really going on in the next house we lived in for like 2 years on the farm. Not really anything. But then we moved into another town. Yeah, they were real enough, like to me, but everybody else was like, those people don't exist. You're talking to two kids that don't exist. Oh, yes, they're just as real as can be to me. Welcome back. Welcome back. But oh, yeah, it was Poltergeist that really like freaked me out. And then, oh gosh, I want to say a few years after Poltergeist came out, not many, I want to say, oh wow, maybe a year. Oh, wait a minute, maybe a year or two after Poltergeist came out, I had a chair in my bedroom, and my bedroom was, I don't know, I'm gonna laugh. You're gonna laugh, but it was Holly Hobby. I don't know if y'all remember the Holly Hobby stuff with the yeah. Anyway, I had a Holly Hobby room basically. That like uh, it was like green and yellow, whatever. My mom found the set and thought it was cute. I'm not a green and yellow fan. I'm a purple fan. But um, my grandmother decided that, and she was a seamstress by trade. She did this for, at that point for 40 years. She was a seamstress, maybe longer, because she used to work in factories as a kid sewing. Anyway, she um, she could make anything. She could sew anything. She did wedding parties, wedding dresses. She did all sorts of stuff like that. But she gets some patterns for what she thought was cute was clowns, right? So she makes one for my sister that was like red, white, and blue, and it was a clown. My sister and I had watched Poltergeist like a couple years before, and we're like, we're not down with these clowns. And it was like almost as big as me, and it was sitting in a corner in my room. And the way the street light came in from my bedroom would just put all the light that came into my bedroom on this clown. And I'm looking at that sucker when I go to bed. And it was like a yellow and green like outfit on it and hat. And I think its hair was like a lime green or something like that. And I'm like, I gee, thank you, Grandma. I love you. And I'm thinking, how am I gonna burn this clown? How am I gonna get rid of this thing? I think she did it just to terrorize me. uh Blissful, you had a Holly Hobby room too? Yay! Lucky. Oh my god, smart, blissful. I feel, you know what though? As an adult, I feel guilty because we had a tradition with, I mean, like with our older children. My oldest two daughters are currently 24 and 30. Or, no, 25 and 30. Or 29 and 24. I'm sorry. They're 4.5 years apart. Pardon me. Anyway, each Christmas and each birthday, they each got a porcelain doll. And they'd get one from us and they'd get one from their grandparents for each of these. So they had all these beautiful porcelain dolls, um, like catalog type, where you one had ice skates. They were always themed, right? Wedding ones, you name it. All these beautiful porcelain dolls. Well, my younger one loved them. I didn't realize that it scared the crap out of my oldest daughter. And I had shelves built in their room all over, because they shared a room. All around their room, they had this shelf with all their dolls displayed. And I didn't know because my oldest daughter didn't tell me till like we went to move and I took the shelving down and I packed the dolls. Please, Mom, please don't put the dolls back up. And I'm like, but they're so beautiful. And she goes, Mom.
Those are creepy.
Exactly. She goes, Mom, it's so hard for me to sleep with their little glass eyes looking at me. She was terrified of them and didn't say anything until after I packed them away to move to our new house at that point. And she was like 12. And I felt so bad. But her little sister's like, I want my dolls displayed. And we're like, wait until you have your own room where you're not sharing with your sister, then you can have the dolls displayed. You used to, oh, in your easy bake oven. You know what? My oldest didn't even like Barbie dolls. She didn't even like Barbie dolls, but her younger sister did, and it was like, and her younger sister to be like crying because her brother or her older sister would take the heads off the Barbies or whatever because the Barbies creeped them out. I'm like, really? Oh wow, it helped your baking skills, blissful, to melt Barbies in the easy bake. So yeah. Oh, you know what? They had brown hair and you had blonde. Yep. That was just unfair back then. Remember that? It was like it was every Barbie was blonde back then, and the only ones that had different hair colors had different names, right? Like what was it? Midge was the redhead. Um, wasn't PJ a brunette? Um, and then when they came out with the Teresas, they were dark haired too. Their baking cookies were Texas. I don't think he wants any Barbie doll arms in them though, right? No plastic with his cookies. No plastic with my cookies, please. I know I gotta bake the kids some cookies. I used to bake for my older kids all the time. Poor younger kids are getting gypped if I don't bake for them. And I say that because my older kids, I mean, my husband and I, they're all our children, all five of them, but we had a gap because we have a 29-year-old, a 24-year-old, a 22-year-old, a 14-year-old, and 13-year-old. So it's like there's like a big old gap between the older three and the younger two. So we call it, say, our older kids, our younger kids. Yes. You know what? I got to make fingerprint cookies because that's what my youngest wants. She wants me to make those, the peanut butter cookies where you put a Hershey Kiss in the middle. She wants those. Her grandma makes them, but I'll make you that because I got like 15 jars of peanut butter. Got to use it up because I don't eat it. 71. I used to love making the peanut butter cookies, and then you take a fork and squish it, and then you squish it the other way and make a little crisscross. That's what they are, Blissful. They're peanut butter blossoms. Awesome. See, I never make. I haven't ever made those where you put the thumbprint in them, and then you put the Hershey Kiss or chocolate in the middle. I haven't made them yet ever. My mother in law makes them more than makes them every holiday, and that's what my youngest, my 13-year-old wants. And I'm like, it's not that hard to make. I'll go ahead and do it. I used to like butterscotchies, or what are they? Snickerdoodles. Oh my goodness, I used to make snickerdoodles all the time. I love those. Mm. I remember when we first moved up here. Like we lived when I was little. We moved down. When I say little, I was like 3. We moved down to Kansas. We lived there for till I was 15, and we moved back here. When we first moved back here, um, my mother and I moved back with my grandmother. My grandmother lived alone and had a 3-bedroom house. So she's like, well, we'll just come here and, you know, split the bills or whatever between my mom and her. So my grandmother had a tradition, or a tradition, basically every year during the summer, the whole summer, she would go stay at my uncle's in Arvada, in not yeah Arvada in outside of Denver, and then they would go to Vegas and Hoover Dam and stuff like that. Anyway, So she'd spend the whole summer in Denver, basically. So before she left, she's like, okay. And I think I was 15 at the time. She goes, I need you to use up all the almond bark and all this in the kitchen because it's going to expire soon. And I'm like, okay, because I used to bake with my grandmother all the time. I stayed my, I'd stay with her a lot during holidays and stuff. She's like, okay, I need you to bake up everything in there because you bake a lot. Like, okay. So ended up oh my gosh. She has this huge kitchen. And I'd say her kitchen was probably about half the size of the house. And she had me use everything up. And she had counters that went, I think it's about 20 feet long, one side, and then 8 feet long the other side. I filled the counters up with cookies, cakes, you name it. And then we were calling relatives to come pick this stuff up. Yes. And we would do this thing every holiday, my grandmother and I mean, a lot as she got older, do most of it because um, because my what they believed my grandmother had Parkinson's. She was misdiagnosed, but she had a nerve disorder, basically where she shook a lot. Um, and it's just a genetic nerve thing. Because I get it where my hands shake for no reason. She would drop stuff, that kind of thing. Any any hoodle. She We would sit there and make homemade candies and cookies and stuff like that, and put them in those tins. Like she collected tins, like jewel tea tins, or she would order tins, and every like person in the family would get a tin of candies and cookies and baked goods. Every adult. And then when they get done with eating them, they bring the tins back so that we could fill them back up the next holiday. Dream Kitchen, yeah, she had. It was like at first, like because her house was paid off. At first, the kitchen was a kitchen and then a laundry room, you know, um, and it was a wall between them. So like basically, my cousin came, removed the wall, and redid the whole kitchen for her one summer when she left. Like, because he wasn't, or he was, he's still alive, electrician by trade, but he did carpentry too. He loved woodworking and stuff like that. And he made her cabinets. He made her cabinets. I sure do let people on my panel. I Tonight I didn't drop the link for anybody, but I do. I enjoy having people on my panel. See if I can get it to do it. Yeah, I do. I usually drop the link like several times during a live stream because I enjoy having people. Um, I just got to figure out how to do it through my phone. I do it all the time, no problem with my computer. Let me see. I'm going to attempt it. Thumbprint cookies. Let me see. Let's try it. Mm. Dang, booting myself. I will get it figured out. Yes, I will be back. Oh my gosh. I will figure this out. I know. I disappeared for a while. I know. I'm sorry. Still figuring this out. I'm used to doing it on the computer. I'm so used to doing this on the computer. Yeah, dyeing hair funny colors. Yeah. At one point, I kid you not, that I got four daughters, right? Every one of them, at one point, all four of them had purple hair, different shades of purple. Eaten Alive. Oh my gosh. What a name for a movie. You guys remember those old ones like Piranha? You have forgotten your natural color, Blissful. That would probably be my oldest. She's 29, and I don't think she's been back to her original color since she was 15. Because I know that a lot of people are like, oh, don't let your children dye their hair and don't do that. I'm saying, hello. If they're the worst thing they could do is dye their hair, please. They're not out there doing anything else, but they're dyeing their hair or doing their makeup different. I say let them express themselves, especially, teenagers. I say, like, oh, years and years. I want to say about 9, 10 years ago. My sister had white hair at that point. The one that's 17 years older than me. She had white hair at that point, and she's 65 now. So, wow, she had white hair by the time she was 48. Then, anyway, we have people in our family that are premature, you know, gray or whatever. Um, and it's just a trait on my mom's side. My grandfather did. My mom didn't, but my grandfather did. He was all gray by the time he was, I think they said, by the time he was 30, he was all gray. Um, my sister was, her hair went all white. So she went and she got, what was it, manic panic hair dye or something like that. Yeah, manic panic is what it was called, or something like that. It was the name of the brand. And it was bubblegum pink or something. She went and dyed her hair pink. And then she put it in two ponytails. Like, she put it in two ponytails, and her hair was like short, so it looked like two little poof balls on each side of her head. So I know I'm a mean sister. I know I'm mean, and I'm sarcastic, and I admit that I can be a sarcastic meanie. Um, I called her Snowball. Like the little pink snowballs you buy at the gas station or something. The hostess snowballs. That's what her freaking head looked like. Like two snowballs stuck to the side of her head because they're pink. Uh, and then we worked together, and everybody's like, you know, you don't even look like sisters because we're 17 years apart. Um, I take after my dad. My dad's very tall, muscular, and my sister took after like my mom's side of the family to a point. Well, actually, she looks a lot like my dad's little sister, but anyway, my sister is like 5'1", and I'm 5'11". Uh, and I'm like tall and like I was tall and muscular, Um, and I was built like Lucy Lawless, and here's my sister. Um, she's like super short and she's round, and I don't know. We just don't look anything alike. And she had these little two pink balls on the side of her head. Well, I was, guess my sister is a little goofy, if you know what I mean. Um, she's one of those people that like, she's permanently like 13, 14 years old mentally. Um, there was an accident. She got hit by a car, was in a coma and everything when she was a kid. So her mentality, she's smart. Don't get me wrong. She can be smart. It's just she has the disposition and emotional mentality of someone who's like 12 years old. She's stuck there, right? So she'll stomp. She'll say stuff like, "That's not fair." Um, and I never noticed it until I was a teenager, and I'm like, why is my older sister, who's like almost 40, you know, acting like she's younger than me? Like she'll throw temper tantrums, and I'm like, I didn't even notice it till I was 18 years old because I was like, oh, she's so cool to hang out with because we were on the same level for a while. Anyway, she comes to my apartment. This was probably 12 years ago, 13 years ago, and I hadn't seen her for 6 months. And um, she had Graves' disease at the time, and we'd been talking all the time on the phone. It's just she worked a lot of hours, and she hadn't stopped by. I hadn't seen her for 6 months, and I look in the people, and there's this huge eyeball looking at me, you know, because she's looking at the people at the same time I'm looking at the people, and it freaked me out. I freaking jumped back. I opened the door, and her eyes are just jutted out of her head because of the Graves' disease. Or it's like an eye disease with hypothyroidism that'll make your eyes pop out, you know, like fish eyes or something. And I jumped back, and when I jumped back, I said, "Holy fucking Marty Feldman!" What the hell happened to you? Oh my God, your mom convinced her sister she was found in the vegetable garden. She hid her birth certificate. I believed her for a year. Siblings can be mean. I don't care what anybody says. You can be the nicest person on earth, but when it comes to your siblings, that's probably where you're meanest. You know what I mean? It's like I can pick on my sibling, but don't you dare pick on my sibling. I will mess you up. Only I can torment them. That was our family. Um, but it's like, holy Marty Feldman. Okay. So then she's like, So then she went to our brother, who was actually a year and a half younger than her. He's like 15 years older than me. And she goes, Ginger called me Marty Feldman. And my brother looked at her and said, Holy crap, she called it. I was trying to put my finger on it. Who you reminded me of. So she thought she was going to get me in trouble with our brother. And he's like, Oh, the resemblance is uncanny. You have a cousin you torture, Billy Spill? Yeah. Yeah, but it's like, it's a family thing, right? It's keep it in the family. Anybody else messes with your family, it's trouble. Yeah. Yeah, mine are like, I have, well, had 7 siblings. Now I have, well, I shouldn't say that because I have a half brother too. So I have had 8 siblings, and now I have 5. And the more you have, the more interesting dynamics you find. You get the nice ones, you get the crazy ones, you get the uh, Zen chill ones, you get the, wise ones, you get the, or a combination of everything. But every family, if there's more than one sibling, there's got to be the crazy one, right? And if there's not a crazy one, yeah, I bet you're the crazy one. No, I'm just kidding. They did not. After kept remember my dad telling me after me they decided not to have any more children. You just trouble blissful. Mine were like, I don't know. I mean, my parents. I don't know. I do remember being told all my life the circumstances of, you know they had each one of these kids, and um, my parents my parents had decided to split up, and they were separated when they had me, or when they conceived me. Because I know that they talked about it here and there in true crime about how they didn't have these laws back then, back in the 70s, for uh, marital or domestic violence. And my mom would talk about how it got to the point where there was such domestic violence going on that um, they had done some home improvements. My dad was a big gun collector. Okay. They had done some home improvements and just redid the kitchen. Okay. And due to these home improvements, a rat got in there. A rat got in the house, okay, during the, remodel and stuff. And they were trying to catch this rat. My dad grabs a shotgun in the middle of the night and he goes in and he goes get the rat and he shoots through the brand new linoleum floor. Well, not only did it freak my mother out because he shot through her brand new floor, but my brothers had a bedroom in the basement and she was scared one of those boys got hurt. So she's freaking out. She runs down there. It didn't, it hit a beam, okay? So it didn't do any damage or, it just surface damage. Well, she goes up and they start arguing. They get into a fight. He's, smacking her and stuff. Well, he beat the bloody hell out of her. So then he just goes to sleep, you know, and she's stewing over this, right? I mean, she's got a bloody nose, um, black eye, like poofing up, and she decides to grab that shotgun. And then he's asleep, and she climbs over him, straddles him, has this shotgun in her hand. She went to pull it back, and his arm pops up, right? Because it clicked, but it was the safety was on. And she said, I think it's time for you to leave. Because if you don't, one of us is going to end up dead. So they split for a while. And also, there was another circumstance with my sister that made it where, it was impossible for him to be there anymore. And he went and got his own place. Well, back then, it took forever for a divorce. This is 71, 70 ish, Um, it took forever to get a divorce. So they're separated. He's actually financing two households, and luckily he made good money. But I guess he came over and he's like, come on, baby, and she's like, no, I'm not sleeping with you. So she calls her lawyer, and her lawyer says, well, according to the law, you're still married, and he has every right to claim his conjugal rights. You have to give in. And she argued with her lawyer, and he said, well, do you want this divorce to go through? Then you're going to have to play ball. He has every right to claim his conjugal rights by the law in the state. So there was a, she goes, fine. She cussed her lawyer out, hung up on him, told my dad, well, you go get the birth control out of the bathroom then because I'm not helping you, you know. And back then, I don't know if you've ever heard of contraceptive foam, is what they were using. So he goes and gets the applicator, you know, fills it up. They go to do business, and she's burning the whole time, she said. And she goes, oh, what the hell did you do? And he's laughing. And when they finish, she goes, I better not be pregnant. I will find you and I will kill you. I do not need another mouth to feed because she was already going through divorce and they already had 7 children. Well, she started laughing. She went to the bathroom and she found out that he had used foamy Gillette shaving cream instead of foam and ended up pregnant with me. So that was the joke in my family. They kept joking and calling me foamy Gillette. And I'm like, are you kidding me? I went through all my life with this. So I went and asked my dad one time 20 some years later. And I was like, well, seriously, I need to know, is this true? And he started laughing and he goes, I'm sorry, it is. He goes, I planned you because I thought if your mom got pregnant again, that she'd stay with me. He goes, so your claim to fame out of all my children is you're the only one that I planned. He goes, so that's why you're daddy's little girl. It is. Isn't that funny? I mean, it's weird. It's a weird circumstance, but he admitted it when I think I was 23, 24. I finally got the balls up to ask him. And he was like, yeah, it's true. And he's like, you were planned. I was like, you do realize that that's pretty manipulative? And he goes, I do. I know that now, but your mother is the love of my life. They ended up divorced anyway and went their separate ways for years. But I think when I was 19, 20, they became friends again and they ended up getting remarried. And it was a totally different relationship. Like, there was too much tension, too much going on when they were younger, but 20 years apart did them good. And that was the most freaking awkward feeling when your parents get back together and they've been separated your whole life or away from in different relationships or, you know, it's real weird. To watch the dynamic is different. We talk about the oddest things in here, don't we? Your very first baby picture, you had were flipping people the bird too, Blissful. I thought I saw that. I was like, 71 says she was born with her finger out and had a picture of it too. You must be sisters from different misters. It's a weird dynamic, I tell you. It's weird. It's like they were best friends for the last 5 years of their life. And it was, they didn't even live under the same roof. And he would call every September and say, Happy anniversary, babe. And then every January, she would call him and wish him he a happy divorce day. Dick. Wow, that is cool, Blissful. That is beautiful. Blissful. You could be the sister 71 never wanted. I got some extras if you want. No, I'm just kidding. No, I don't. Wait, I have two sisters left. My favorite two are gone, so you can't. They're all mine. Okay, there we go. You can have Blissful. I'll be your other sister. We'll replace the ones you have. How's that one? That sounds 71. You adopt Blissful and me and get rid of your existing sisters. How's that sound? Or we can ship him to my oldest sister. She's pretty annoying. That works? Yeah, works for me too. Then Blissful gets a couple sisters. My youngest said that the other day. She's like, what was she saying? You better not have any more. I I have secured my position as baby of the family, and you better not have any more. And I'm like, that's a little impossible. I got that problem taken care of the day after you were born, and I've since had, cervical issue. Um, it's like I'm not having any more. And then she goes, well, and you better not adopt any younger than me because I've secured my position as the baby of the family. And I think she was serious. Your mom has no filters, Blissful. My mom was a rock and roller. My mother, I think, had filters, but she was very talkative and philosophical, and always wanted to talk about things she learned. And oh wait, I wonder where I got it. Hi, Justy. How you doing, sweetheart? Welcome. Welcome to the fun. Blissful's awesome. 71's awesome. All my peeps is awesome. Oh, your mom she's going through an Alice Cooper base? Hmm. Alice Cooper as in listening to Alice Cooper, or Alice Cooper phase as in looking like Alice Cooper? I mean, because I remember listening to Alice Cooper as a little baby, or like 2, 3 year old, because my sister was into Alice Cooper. That and that song. She used to play it because I used to make her play it all the time. Do you guys ever remember? Ooh, ooh, Jackie Blue. I used to make her play that song all the time when I was like 3. I can't remember who sings it. Something Mountain something. Blue Mountain, maybe. I can't remember the name of the group that sang it. They were like one hit wonders. I don't know. Mm. So she's listening to Alice Cooper. Oh, heavens. My mom was listening to all sorts of music, but what she would rock out to would be ACDC. She would play a lot of ACDC. And her favorite song, well, by them was She's Got the Jack. The one about a girl who has STDs. I'm like, really? And what was it? Oh, the other song that she really enjoyed was, you guys remember the song from the Doors, Roadhouse Blues? Oh my gosh. Put your hand on the wheel and you're up on the road now. She was into that. Yeah, we are happy you found us, JD. Or just D. I'm sorry, I called you JD. There you go. That's exactly it. Ozark Mountain Daredevils. Thank you, Texas. So, you know what song I'm talking about. I'm not a singer, but, you know, obviously that song, I used to listen to it all the time as a little kid. I loved the song. There's a lot of songs I listen to a lot of music, but right? Thank you. See, you are on it, Texas. You are on it. She would play a lot of that. She'd play a lot of Clapton. My sister. She played a lot of my mom. My mom. Now she played some music too, but she was a folk singer. So she played a lot of Doobie Brothers and stuff like that, and Creedence Clearwater Revival, and oh, Freebird. Love that. Love, love me some Skinnerd. Oh, what else did she have around? Oh, Harry Nilsson. Lime in the Coconut. What else? Oh, F You. That was a good song. Let's see. Hmm. Without You. He sang that too. I know my twin sisters. They were big into what was it? ELO, Electric Lights Orchestra. Don't bring me down, you. See, me too. I love me some movies and I love me some music. Usually on here, when I'm not running it off my phone, when I'm running it off my computer, I'll play like a lot of old jazz and stuff. Louis Armstrong, Billie Holiday, um, Ella Fitzgerald. You know, I play a lot of different things. Bing Crosby. These are things you can get by with. But I listen to everything. I, I wish I could drop that link, I'm telling you. And it's funny, like different people in your life, like growing up and stuff, will have different musical influences on you and stuff. Like I had one sister that was her thing was mostly the Bee Gees and Queen. Love me some Queen. Um, and Barry Manilow. That was her thing. And then my brother, it was all Debo. Uh, oh gosh, what was the other one? Oh, he was in the Cars. Um, Def Leppard, White Snake. He was into that kind of stuff. He's the one that got me into Bon Jovi before Bon Jovi was cool. When they did, like before they did Slippery When Wet, um, like Roulette and She's the Little Runaway. Um, he was an amazing DJ, huh? Cool. Love me some music, man. I like everything except for okay. Don't get mad at me. I'm not a big country fan. I'm just not. I mean, there's some I'll listen to, but I mean, I tell you what threw me off is when I got with my husband, he would not listen to country music, right? And I'm like, okay, this is a guy I can really get into, right? Um, he was listening to stuff like Wasp, Slayer, Wasp, Metallica. He was more of a metalhead. And I was like, okay, I can handle that, because I'll listen to anything like that, across the board. Then I think like 3 or 4 years later, he started listening to country music. And now that is all he'll listen to. And I'll tell you, I'll get in the car and it'll be blasting country music after he's been driving. And I'm like, dude, I cannot do that. Do not want to listen about how that guy's pickup truck got wrecked and he lost his dog and his wife left him. I don't care. Or how green his damn tractor is, or how sexy his tractor is. Or how green John Deere green, whatever. Sorry if you're a country fan. See, and that's what I loved. Like my brother used to like laugh at me because I listened to a lot of different things. I listened to, I don't care. I listened to Rob Zombie. I'd listen to White Zombie. I'd listen, um, I listened to a lot of different things. And then Violent Femmes, I listened to a lot of things. He was laughing at me about it. I'm like, I don't care if you like it. Don't listen to it. Plug your ears. The song where his wife left him for his dog and took his tractor. Get one blissful. Uh, you know what I think it's, where that comes from? My like distaste for it is my stepdad, and he's always blaring country music. And where we grew up, it was a lot of country stations, and it was really. I'd be like listening. I tell my brother, "Would you please play some Billy Squire or Billy Ocean? I don't care. Anything that's not hillbilly." Uh, and um, I mean, the closest thing to country I would be listening to would be the Eagles, like because they were kind of borderline. Yeah, your wife comes back, the dog is back from the dead, the truck works. It's all because of Satan. Yes, and it's thank you, thank you. Who was that? Tipper Gore. Thank you. Oh my gosh, running things backwards. Wasn't it okay? Wasn't there a thing where they went and said that about Kiss albums? Remember that? And if you played it backwards, there was a message from the devil. I have tried running Kiss albums backwards and even the Beatles albums backwards, and I never heard anything about the walrus. That's why I'm glad I had my mom, man. My mom used to laugh at those, uh, let's put bands on this. You know what I'm talking about when they went through that in the 80s or whatever, where it was they would put the labels, um, warning labels and stuff like that. Explicit lyrics. But you listen to all this music and stuff, and you're like, Kiss is tame. You know what I mean? Kiss is tame compared to half that crap out there. Oh my god. A lot of the stuff was tame. That's, I mean, ugh. But I mean, we would literally have to make trips up when we like would drive back to visit family. It was like a 5, 6, 7 hour drive, and it was country music all the time throughout, right? And I had a habit of getting car sick, motion sickness, to where we'd have to stop once in a while so I could throw up, and I'd get extremely nauseated, and there was country music could be playing. So when I get in a moving vehicle and country music plays, automatically I start getting sick to my stomach. It's like a memory sensory thing. I remember, oh my gosh, I don't know if you like, remember my sister getting like a Rolling Stones album, and like we lived in a really backwards town, We lived like population 800, you know. The we'd go up to like Omaha or whatever, and that's where my brother and sister would get these albums, right? And this is not getting radio play in the area we lived in. So they would get these albums and dub tapes, you know what I mean? And sell people tapes. Like they were dealing out current music, rock music, to these poor bumpkin kids in the middle of nowhere. Contraband. Oh no, he's that boy, that one boy, he's selling some cheap trick. You know, like holy cow, he's selling that devil music. Contraband. Anyway, uh, typing in tongue. Oh, you're so evil. You're so naughty, Blissful. You're so naughty. Why you gotta be so naughty, Blissful? Us people over here minding our beeswax. Oi, boy. Alright? God forbid somebody brings some blue oyster cult into that town. Oh my gosh. Hell, I bet they thought Barry Manilow was Satan too in that town. I'm just kidding. They actually played him on the radio. But I remember that uh, these people, like in our church, just, oh my gosh, they just freaked out because my brother listened to Def Leppard. Really? You're an angel, Blissful? Oh, okay. We'll back you on that. I have woken up in a different state, but that's not fair because I actually live next to another state, like 2 miles away from it. See, we didn't even get top 40 there, dear. It was like, more bubblegum crap. Or country. You had your choice. No, didn't even get that. Oh my gosh. How dare you? Top 40. This is Casey Kasem. Remember Casey Kasem? I bet you if you said Casey Kasem to any of these millennials, they'd be like, "Is that like some type of witchcraft spell?" Michael Bolton. Oh my god. You Barry Manilow an apology. Oh my gosh. I'll tell you. Oh my god, this is so funny. I've said it before. I think somebody once heard this story. Okay, my sister was a hugest Barry Manilow fan, right? And she was like 9 years older, so I was like 9 years old, and I was thrilled for her because she was in the Army Reserve, saved up her money or whatever, and she got this outfit that was, she was wearing a black shirt and she had a white vest and she had some white dress pants and she was just a berry fanatic, right? And she had blonde hair and blue eyes and she looked like, let's be honest, she looked like Barry Manilow girl style. Anyway, she goes to this Barry Manilow concert. My mom goes and drops her off. She goes to this Barry Manilow concert and she's got this seat and she's next to this guy and his girlfriend. Well, she's so far back that she's got a pair of binoculars. So she's looking through the binoculars at Barry Manilow on stage and listening to the music, and this girl's flipping out, screaming, Barry, Barry, I want to be the mother of your children. She was there with her boyfriend. She hits the binoculars as my sister was bringing them up or bringing them down, and it freaking breaks my sister's tooth, like massively, like puts a big old, like, chip in one and a crack in the other, right? And her teeth are hurting for the rest of the Barry Manilow concert. My mom goes and picks her up, and this is a downtown major city, and they start coming back, and they see the limo he got in. Well, my mom came to pick her up and was talking to the limo driver or whatever. He said, "Well, yeah, I'm going to take him to this restaurant. Come by and you can get uh, a autograph, right?" So they do that, and he comes out, and my sister's out there talking to the limo driver. Well, he's in this restaurant eating Barry Manilow, and the restaurant was basically closed down except for him. Okay, and it's late at night, and these two girls are walking across the street and see Barry Manilow come out of this restaurant. They start screaming and running across the street and telling him how freaking wonderful he is and how much they love him. And he's like, yeah, 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 like eating the shit up. And then my sister, after they kind of like, and she says, Mr. Manilow, sir, I enjoyed your concert. Could I please have an autograph? And he goes, really? You want an autograph? Seriously? He was expecting her to compliment him, and she didn't go all goo goo on his ass, and he was very rude to her. So she comes home, rips the autograph of him, and says, I'm never freaking listening to Barry Manilow again. Barry Manilow was an asshole to her. He's changed since then, but this is in his earlier career. And he'll even say that in interviews he was an asshole. How can we be lovers when we can't be friends? How can we start over when the fight never ends? Oh my god. It is. It is. Actually, oh my gosh, I've said this before, but not, you um, my husband used to work 6 days a week, right? And the seventh day, so he worked 7 days a week, literally. The seventh day, he worked on Sundays, he worked at a bow shop, like hunting bows, stuff like that, target bows. He's a big fanatic on uh, target and bow shooting, and anyway, he did it to get certain benefits there. Like you get to upgrade your bow, that kind of stuff, like compound bows. Anyway, there was a promotional deal going through with, I think it was Martin Bose, and Ted Nugent was like their spokesperson at the time, right? So he'd been through this bow shop like 2 or 3 times, and my husband met him, you know, those times, and he's like, he's really nice. He's really nice, and I'm like, really, Uncle Ted's nice? He seems kind of like a misogynistic, pig or something, right? He seems like he'd be a jerk, and he goes, no, he's actually pretty cool, and I'm like, okay. So I didn't realize he was coming through or whatever, because they had a big not bow tournament, but like a whole bunch of bow companies coming in Omaha or whatever, and Martin Bose was one, or the bow company he was uh, spokesperson for at the time. Uh, he was in town. I didn't know any of that, so I go to answer the house phone, thinking, yeah, okay, what do you want? He's at work, and because it came up caller ID, the bow shop. So I thought, well, he's probably gonna, because this bow shop was only about 5 or 6 blocks from our house. He probably wants me to bring him up something to eat, right? And I answer the phone, and I'm like, yeah, hey, hello. And this was actually before I looked at the caller ID. I apologize. Um, it's and I go, hello, and then he starts saying, hey, Ginger, blah 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 blah, and I'm like, yeah, how you doing? And I'm like, fine. When you're talking to someone, you have no idea who you're talking to, right? You're like, who's calling me? Why is this strange guy calling me? I'm married, right? And I'm thinking, what the hell's going on here? And then I'm like, yeah. And he's like, I was like, and I'm talking to this, and I go, excuse me, but I don't mean to be rude, but who is this? You know? And he starts laughing. He goes, it's Ted Nugent. And I was like, yeah, right. And he goes, no, it's Ted Nugent. And I'm like, and I'm Madonna. Like that. Like it's a prank call or something, right? And he goes, uh, how can I convince you that it's Ted Nugent? Hello, Madonna. He was joking. And I go, I don't know, but there's no way Ted Nugent is calling my house, right? And he starts singing. He starts singing, "Can I Take You High Enough?" And I'm like, okay, it's Ted Nugent. I was like, I apologize, sir. Like he was so nice, though. He was so nice to me. And he goes, well, I get into talking to him, your husband, and you know, he's such a cool dude, and really think that if you guys come out to Michigan, that you know, uh, we'll set up a time or something, and you know, y'all can we'll grill some burgers and hang out with Charmaine and me, Charlemagne and me, and I'm like, what? But he was so nice, especially as much shit as I gave him. He is a down to earth person, just your everyday person. He was so kind, but he got a good chuckle out of it. He did get a good chuckle out of it. My husband really got a chuckle out of it. So, like, I'll hear people's stories, and um, there'll be people that don't like his views on this and they don't like his views on that, and you know, but he's really a nice guy. As far really, is that true, Blissful? Well, I have talked to him, and I've talked to Brett Michaels before, because a friend of mine was a DJ out of the area, and he went to school with them, and I actually talked to him, and he was nice. Brett Michaels was nice on um, I met a couple people in person, like, when uh, they have what these outdoor kind of venues at on the river, and I've been to those and met like a couple of them. Um, and I'm like, well, okay, he's nice. Brett Michaels was nice. Um, Janie Lane, before he died, he was actually. I thought he would be a dick, but he was out. So, I mean, he wasn't a dick when I met him. And yeah, I think like I've met some famous people too, and it's like, to me, it's like I don't go, oh, oh my god, you know. I don't get all, I don't act all starstruck, because I know that a lot of people that are famous, right? Do you want? I mean, you get that ass kiss and starstruck bullshit every day. I think that you'd want to be treated like a human being. You know what I mean? That's my point, Blissful. Axel hates bullshit. See, that's what I'm talking about. I know that if I was somebody in their shoes, and that's how I look at it, you're somebody and you're getting that kind of crap all the time, and you're getting your privacy invaded, you're getting all this crap, right? Because you're famous. It's almost, you're going to get back. I think that you're going to want to be treated like any other person at some point, you know? You're going to want to have a normal conversation with people that aren't kissing your ass and aren't, yes people, if that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. We're band geeks that got lucky. John Bon Jovi seems like a down to earth person. You know, you can tell, especially in our age group, that the people, when they first hit, some of them, when they first hit success, can let it go to their heads. But I think that after a couple years of that, it gets boring. It's almost like, how do I put it? As far as famous people and attention goes, right? You get sick of the attention after a while. You get sick of the fake people trying to get in your circle, I, um, or people that just aren't being genuine, because you know, um, but it's almost like I equate it to, if you are eating cheeseburgers and hamburgers and you're going out to eat every night, right? And that's fame, right? Fame is you're out to eat every night. Don't you want a home cooked meal once in a while? I mean, that's that's how I look at it. And I would think after being famous for an amount of years, you're going to see who's going to be they're probably got a nose for people that are bullshitters and snakes and you know. So if someone's if you're being your genuine self with everyone, shouldn't it apply to famous people too? Just my opinion. I was hanging out with a band. This girl came up to the guitar player and asked for him to autograph her arm so she could get a tattoo. Hmm. Okay. Yeah. I think I'd pass on that. I mean, there's, respecting people for their musical abilities is one thing, but yeah, that might be going over the top. He says, "What happens in 10 years? You hate me." I said, "She can get sucks put under her name." Blissful, I love you. That's genius. You damn Skippy, they need to be kept humble. Everybody needs to be kept humble. You served up that humble pie, girlfriend, right? Like I said, there's people that um like got a in the height of the fame. I know some people let it go, like you let it go to their head, and then after maybe after they're not so popular or come down from that, or after they've been in it for a while, that there's a process that you would go through that you'd be like, I just want to be normal. I just want to have a life. I just want to be able to get a BK Whopper without someone hounding me, right? You see so many people, like, I don't know, because people grow, people change, life changes them. Oh no, so Blissful's telling us some fun stuff because she's fun. She tells her fun stories, you tell your fun stories, I tell my ordinary stories because I find everybody else's more interesting. Because I've lived my life. I love hearing about other people's experiences and lives. Duff puked on me. I got his shirt. It wasn't any better. It smelled like vodka. Blissful. Oh my god, I love you, girl. Like, thanks for puking on me. Yeah. Now I smell like puke and vodka. Thank you. You're a trooper. But you know what? You're still going to run into ones that are like this. Don't you know who I am? That's so hilarious. I think that is so funny. Like you'll get people that are truly famous and they just want to chill and be like normal people, right? And then you get people that are mediocre that aren't really famous. They might be like an Instagram person or even a YouTuber, like walk in and like, don't you know who I am? I did I I was working in a restaurant one time and I had someone walk up and tell me, and then I was like, "How can I help you?" And I'm taking care of them. And don't you know who I am? Yeah, um, uh, am I supposed to? I have 10,000 followers on Instagram. I'm like, really? Sorry, I don't have an Instagram. Yep, both good bands, Blissful. Both really good bands.
Okay. Here. Want to say hi to your fans? Dang, that cat really loves me.
Because, there's some really decent people out there.
I'm a really super decent person. So cute I am.
Yes, you're cute.
Thank you.
And you're conceited.
What about me?
It's beautiful.
I'm very sweet. I don't know what you're talking about. Mocha. Yeah, you get angry because I'm calling
Well,
you Mocha.
want to know how to freak a metal musician out? Oh, do tell.
That's all.
Ask them if they want to. Uh, I don't know. Ask them if they want a copy of the Watchtower. Ask them if they want to accept Jesus Christ as their personal savior. I don't know.
Mocha.
To enlighten us, blissful.
Mocha. You get too loud over here. Too bad.
Tell them you're gonna be a Nickelback fan and cut your hair off. We all want to be just big rock stars. Oh my gosh. You know what? It's funny though because my son was the biggest Nickelback fan there was, and now he makes fun of them incessantly. But but it changes. But I think that my 22-year-old, you're gonna laugh, but his idol is Steve Perry. He is a big Journey fan. It works every time. I'm gonna cut my hair off and become a Nickelback fan. Would Michael? Will I'm not cutting my hair off. No, I'm gonna become a Michael Bolton fan. Oh, I would think what would be scarier is like somebody like a metal like rock star or whatever, right? Like, oh, I was hoping to meet Kenny G, not you. That's what it. Oh my gosh! You know what's funny? Is my nephew. He's my nephew, but he's only 4 years younger than me. So we grew up together, right? And he does the best Steve Perry because he's like, he'll go, should have been gone. Oh, Sherry. You mentioned Skid Row and Texas didn't mock you. Oh my God. 18, 18 and not to go. Oh, Skid Row. You're gonna laugh at me, but you know, this sounds bad, even though is when Poison was at the height of their popularity, right? I was in high school, okay, and I was like, I was so anti Poison because I gave up that crap. Like, I remember, like their album cover, right? I was like, who's these? These chicks are hot. They're really pretty. Sorry, but I can't. And I did say that before. I've had, like, because I had friends that were in bands and stuff. It's like, sorry, I can't date a guy prettier than me. That's funny. I was like, I can't date a guy with better hair and who could do his makeup better than me. But I could have been missing out on a lot, right? Blissful, because I could have got some great makeup tips, right? And hair tips. Ah, right? Their eyeliner was on fleek. Okay. I laugh about it now, but you think about it, and when somebody's on stage to make their features stick out, they're gonna have to wear some eyeliner. They're gonna have to wear some type of, makeup or something here and there, so they don't look like death warmed over, right? So who's gonna know how to uh, apply makeup, look good, um, and do their hair great, other than rock and roll guys? It's my opinion. Anyway, we are having such a good time. But I remember being in high school and being like, if I see another Poison shirt, I am going to slit my own throat. I don't know if you. Oh, really? Lead singer of Pastor Pussycat was a makeup guru and kicker than a cheap garden hose. Oh my God, Blissful, I love you. Uh, we have the best topics here, don't we? Oh my goodness. Uh, It is so refreshing. I think that I learned that from my mom because my mom was like, everybody, even like, everybody is a person, whether they're famous or they're not, you know? But then she ran, like, she was into the music scene. So, and like, and not a groupie either, you know? People don't realize if you're, you know, if you date someone, a musician, or if you're a girlfriend of a musician, you're not a groupie. There's a big difference. Big, huge difference. And I got schooled on that by my mother. She done told me. Right, Blissful? There's no kink shaming here. No kink shaming. But I remember her talking about she wouldn't like talk like because it's my mother, right? She's not getting really detailed, but she dated some musicians, and she goes, "There's a big difference between dating them and being a one night stand, groupie type thing." Um, because I called her a groupie. There's a big difference. She's just like, okay, okay, mom. There's a huge difference. Exactly, Blissful. My mom said there's a yep, there you go. Uh yeah, don't go in the bus, and also don't like go to the what is it? The dressing room, you know. Don't go all goo goo. I think it was because like I said she was actually a musician herself. So it was more like the people that she ended up dating for a little bit were people that she genuinely, like she said, that they shared a love for music and they shared common interests. And she goes, it's like, you don't go on the tour bus. You don't go, you know. Well, I don't mean like, don't go in the dressing room. You know what I mean? If you're the girlfriend, you're going to go in the dressing room. You know what I'm saying? Uh, oh, that's the other thing she said. The big difference between the groupie and the girlfriend is they know the girlfriend's name. Mm-hmm. She goes, the ones that she dated, it was because she didn't date them because they were uh, on the rise or famous or anything like that. It was genuinely conversations, um, shared interests. Believe it or not, she was like, I talked about books and reading and poetry and prose and lyrics and um, cultural, like um, growing up, you know, what influenced me to get into music, she said, what um, stuff like that. Hi, Roscoe. Word chicks only want to smash in a castle by the ocean view. Trust me. You make it sound like it's so I don't know, like they expect romance or something. I don't know. I don't know, but that is funny. Roscoe is funny. I'll give you that. We want to smash. Oh God, that had me going, man. The word. Sup, sup, Roscoe. Hey, I read a lot. I don't know about smashing in a castle. What's this? A Jane Austen book? That is hilarious. I love it. The ocean view. Wow. I've never been to an ocean. But I mean, wouldn't that be seriously narrowing down your like pool of partners? uh, hold on a sec.
Yeah, I know. What's up, my people? I'm back. I know y'all missed me. Also, it's Sage, by the way. I popped in earlier. Yeah. That'd be kind of cool. I don't know what the topic was before, by the way, because I was busy trying to level my cat. Anyway, but yeah, I do the same bliss. Fucking. Oh, I can't curse. Oops. I'm very good. I'm very good at doing this. Dude, Bliss loves me. Hey, okay, yeah. Hi, Mom. You're out of the spotlight now. It's my life now. You can sit right there. Hi, Bliss. Well, I know you missed me. I know y'all missed me. That is, I don't know. Midgets and butter. Dude, that'd be midgets, and that's a strange.
What?
Y'all friends are strange. Wow.
You're just not figuring this out. You know I'm strange.
True. I'm not surprised. No, it's my live now. You're getting your hand ready to grab the phone? No. Everyone loves me more than they love you.
Aww.
Anyway.
Call you Ginger Junior?
Enough of that dramatic. Not me calling my mom dramatic, even though she stays away from it.
Hey, doesn't mean it doesn't try to find me.
Been looking for you.
Right?
Prefer demented. Wow. Want me to read the comments to you? Cause I don't know what's up with Ginger. She's like, I think she's jealous I took over her life and y'all love me more.
I'm jealous. You're cute. You're my spawn.
I'd say so. No way, we should put my cash up in here. Have them pay me, and I pay you.
No, stop.
No, I'm joking. I don't want my personal information out there like that. No, it's my life. I told you.
It's too hot in here.
Fine.
Don't pout.
Let's go.
Let's go. Don't let Wesley near the door.
Mocha, keep it in mind, okay?
He's right behind you. Don't even think about
Wesley.
it. He always tries to escape.
Anyway.
He's a skateboardist. The little speckled thing. You prefer demented?
Yeah, anyway. I'm back. Don't worry. I know y'all miss me. It was for like 30 seconds. You need more tea. This is a joke. I can't. Then get rid of that. I'm sorry you have a headache, dear. I hope that headache goes away. I really do. Headaches are the worst. Especially when you go through like really bad headaches, like after you go swimming or something. That just, it's not only me, by the way. Like you get like a migraine from like
put the
swimming.
water in your nose.
I plug my nose, thank you very much.
Yeah, but you're still gonna once in a while get water up in the sinuses, up your nose. And
anyway, back to 71 because all the attention needs to go to her. Send me prayers. That sounds bad. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that in a bad way. I did not mean that in a bad way.
We know.
It's headaches are the worst. I gotta fix my ponytail. Okay, thank you. I gotta get hair on my face.
Oh my goodness. I gotta fix my hair.
I don't like having hair on my face. Even if it's like the time movie hairs. What's your dream about? But about being the cutest damn thing.
Oh my gosh. Yes.
Because everyone's just thinking about me. 100.
Oh, what an adorable little child.
Mocha meowed. Mocha. My mocha's stuck.
Seriously.
Okay, take your phone back. They're gonna miss me. They're gonna ask where I've been and where's my sage and stuff like that.
Oh my gosh.
There you go, Mocha. They love me, Mom.
Drilled your brain? Oh my god, girl.
Girl.
Girl, they better not have drilled your brain. Midgets and butter? What in the hell did I miss?
You don't like that language here. I'll spray you.
They are called little people.
They're called. You know what they're called? People under 5'2" are elves.
Elves?
Well, no, 5 foot and under are elves because they're busy trying to help Santa out. Don't worry, 5'4" people and under. I know you have a headache. I'm trying to help Santa out. Get it? Because elves are really short. I'm not an elf. I'm like 5'8".
Oh boy. She's still young. She doesn't know how to not put her foot in her mouth. No. Oh my God.
Give me the phone. I got something important to say. That hurted my feelings. Hashtag stop Sage hate. See, 71 said we do love Sage. Start the Sage fan club. Fanfare.
Cue the music.
Yeah, put my
the theme to Rocky.
No, put the it's what's the song?
Uh,
Time to talk. That song.
I think you need more like, uh, you just want attention. You don't want
Okay,
my
Mom,
heart.
that's enough. I don't have a headache. It's from my PTS dream. Oh, I'm sorry you had that kind of dream. Hopefully things get better. You know what I mean. Like that really does suck. Like this is me being truly heartfelt and stuff like that. It's all about me, me, me. Anyway, back
Back to me, right?
back to me. No, I'm joking, but I really do. PTSD sucks. It really does. That's that.
Are you having those Vietnam flashbacks again, Sage?
Yes, I'll call them whatever they want because I won't argue with someone who would bite my ankles. I know, right? Half my friends are shorter than me and they're like elves. Elves. I call them elves.
I
I don't. I hate it. But, I run the business here. I'll scoot closer to you because I know you like the spotlight too. There you go.
I'm good without that one. I'm good. Nah.
Aww. But it's okay. Don't worry. I got you. I'm sending love. That's a lot of love I'm sending because I don't usually send love, but I like you, so you'll get a lot of love. Also, the reason I'm doing those weird voices, because I found out that people laugh more when I do weird voices, and it was like, when people laugh, it brings me joy.
I don't know. You're similar to me.
But I'm funnier.
Wow. Wow. Just wow.
You're just weird.
I'm weird, but you're funny.
Yeah, that sounds
Okay.
about right.
Okie dokie, artichoke.
My butt itches.
Really? You just said your butt itches on a live. Really? Do you need some
No,
butt itchy cream?
I know it was like more of my lower back, but I already said butt, so it's gonna be on the internet forever.
Right? My butt itches. There's going to be a 4-hour live tomorrow based on the fact that you
Said
said your butt itches. It's going to be all over the internet. This girl said her butt itches on Ginger's. Oh my God. Cancel Ginger. There was an itchy butt on there.
There's your butt itch too.
No, wait, butt doesn't
I
itch.
think it's because mosquitoes and stuff. Honestly,
My butt does not itch.
it's past my bedtime.
Do not have an itchy bum. Must be the worms.
Oh my goodness gracious,
Must be the butt worms.
dude! I remember this is a gross kind of story.
Okay,
No. I'll explain very vaguely so you don't get demonetized.
I'm
Don't
not
worry.
monetized anyway. So
You know what I mean. Oh no. Oh no. You press something.
okay, yeah.
Yeah, fix it so I can tell my very funny story time. Thank you.
There.
Anyway, so this is kind of weird, but there was a time back in second grade where me and my friend are talking, and she randomly said, "Sometimes I look in my
Poo.
poo and I see little white worms, and I take them out and I play with them." And I,
Oh!
and I said, and I never talked to her since that day. I was like, "Oh, you did not just say that."
Wow. Little superficial there. You gave up a good friendship over pinworms. She probably ate some undercooked pork and you just threw her to the wayside. What kind of friend are you?
Wouldn't you do the same? She said sometimes.
It's okay, guys. I won't throw any of you away if you got butt worms. But Sage will.
No. The deal breaker was she said sometimes when I cook my friends' food, I put the worms in because I want them to be with me forever.
Oh, okay.
Or something like that. I was like, I don't want no butt worms in my tummy. It's where they come from. I think.
You won't argue with anyone who can bite your ankles. Okay.
My head hurts.
Oh my gosh. You're
I
such a
guess I'm weird
yeah. You
friends.
are such a fair weather friend.
What does that mean?
Well, that means you're only their friend when it's nice out or when everything's cozy and nice. But as soon as there's a bump in the road or something, some issue,
I
or
want to read the chat. You can
oh,
continue.
but when there's an issue or something, boom, you got butt worms. We can't be friends.
I'm not that shallow.
Uh,
You're making me sound shallow. Wow.
oh
It was I was fun in the butt worms.
oh my gosh. We can't be
Texas, I
friends.
only bit your ankle once. Once is still enough to cause him flashbacks or her. I don't know.
Texas is a dude.
Dude, him. Okay, got it. Thank you. I should have asked you in the game. But yeah. It's okay, Texas. You can cry. It's okay. It's gonna be okay.
That's right.
Just Bliss, stop biting people. It's Bliss, sweetheart. Just because you want to hug someone doesn't mean you need to bite them to get that story across.
Don't get to, oh, you know what it's like?
What?
The little boy who pulls the girl's hair in class. It's the little girl who bit the guy's ankle for his attention.
Oh, cool. What kind of worms? Pinworms or butt worms?
Butt worms.
I was gonna say booty hole worms.
Booty hole worms. Little white pinworms.
Dude.
And that tells you it's probably undercooked pork.
Yeah, that's why I don't eat pork a lot. Because Dad never cooks it right, and I always get them. And I was like, okay, and I throw them up, and yeah. Anyway, enough of oversharing.
You know what I hate is when he cooks chicken.
I
will cook it till it's dry. I'm sorry. I do sometimes cook chicken till it's a little bit on the dry side, but it's better than having that.
I eat overcooked chicken better than I eat undercooked chicken.
Oh, yeah. It's like you open that up and see that it's slightly undercooked, and you're like,
5 minutes longer.
I'm not hungry.
5 minutes longer, please.
And
on the highest temperature.
I will pass on the salmonella, right?
Salmon vanilla.
Oh my gosh. I only like my salmonella on iguanas. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to eat the iguana. Petting the iguana.
Iguanas are cool looking.
Yeah.
But I'm just a lizard person. I like lizards. And I don't want one. Because if I wanted one, I just go to my best friend's house and just kidnap her lizard.
Duh.
Dude.
You're not like your sister and want a ball python, though.
I wanted a ball python and I realized, nah, that's good. That's like a lot of money to take care of them and stuff. I hope you find your Siggies. I'm offended. Anyway, I'm going to talk to my hand now.
You're going to talk to your hand?
Yeah. What's going on? I can't see.
What kind of worms? Oh my gosh. Yeah.
I'm going to be back in the spotlight. Let me back in the spotlight. There you go. Did they walk away with the dog?
The cigarettes. Oh, so basically, you talked that one. It would be worse, tapeworm.
Oh, you see how long, and when it goes I watched a video where they were pulling out this dude's nose and it was never ending and took 30 minutes to get it out, and they had to go really slowly so it didn't break.
Yeah, you have to.
And the whole time the dude's oh, and he's I can feel it move.
That is weird that it would come up through the nose.
No, they picked it through. It was not weird. That was the easiest way they could get it out because it's dangling out his nose.
Oh, gross.
That's how long it was. And it was coiled. Sorry, this is gross. It was coiled up in his stomach or something, somewhere.
They'll go all the way through your intestines because when I was in anatomy,
yeah,
we had to study those worms, right? Pinworms, how you get them and how to get rid of them. We studied tapeworms.
I hope to never get a tapeworm.
And you know what the big craze was with that is like, and hookworms. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know hookworms.
But the tapeworms, they were talking about how there was a big craze where you could order like packets with the eggs, right? What makes it dangerous is when they go through their cycle and they release those, sometimes those eggs go up and they get in your heart muscle because they go for smooth muscle, and your stomach and your heart are smooth muscle.
Sounds like the next dinner.
And then they can actually, yeah, it can cause heart damage and kill a person if the eggs release and the heart, or it starts growing in the heart, in a chamber of the heart. It's just, oh god. And it goes through the like bloodstream and shit. It's not common, but it can happen like once in a while.
Yeah.
It's oh it
It's scary because I don't think a lot of people realize that, like, oh no, I got a vaccine. I'm not saying I don't believe in vaccines. Get your stuff like that, but it's more of people think that's just 100% solution to everything. No, that's just gonna be vaccines. What they do is they make it less likely you're gonna get that certain
yeah.
disease, right? So all these stuff. And there's like people like, no, I take. I've met a person like, no, I take vitamins. I'm not gonna get sick. I take like the multivitamins you take in the morning, sort of deal. She's like, no, I take 2 a day.
That's gonna solve everything.
You hear that?
Good gravy. But I saw something really cool. It was like last night or the night before, and it was showing how they it might have been this morning. It was showing how they do the smallpox vaccine on people. Now, not all places get them. The military does them. Small countries do them because they're more likely to get it. But
We're America. We're more established.
but it's a little like almost like metal, almost like crochet looking hook kind of thing. And I sit there almost like a tattoo, and they make a circle and keep dipping it in this petri dish and doing that. And I'm like, oh my gosh, can you imagine? So like several little pricks on your skin in a circular motion where they're injecting technically cowpox into your body,
Dude,
which is smallpox.
I'm happy you found him, Bliss. I'm happy. We were just talking about different diseases and vaccines and stuff. Did you know there's a new one called monkeypox?
That is such a weird thing. Is that something to do with this?
Okay.
Don't say the C word because we can
Let's
get.
see what. Okay. So it has something to do with this whole, what's the word, lockdown sort of thing. I'm gonna say that. And monkeypox is basically like what's going on currently, or what when started in 2020.
Like C.
Yeah, and so basically, you can get it when you. So if someone has monkeypox, you can get it. How do I word this?
Through bodily fluids.
How do I say this? Because it's
Smexy.
yeah, smexy time.
Happy fun.
Happy fun time.
Happy fun time.
It's you can get it through happy fun time, and or you can get it through near someone who has it. If you're touching someone who has it, not like inappropriate, like touching their
So
arm
it's
or something.
almost like the transmission of it is almost like the transmission of
It,
mono.
basically, and what you have to do is when you, and how you know you have it is you get little red dots all over your, not all over, but like blisters, like red blisters, and they're not like monk or chickenpox, I think, where you just get them everywhere. It's like every once,
like patches.
Yeah, patches of just a big red dot, and it blisters. And then
You know what that sounds like?
what?
That sounds a hell of a lot like shingles.
I think it's a variation of shingles.
Well, see, or any pox is a variation of anything that causes blisters like that. Like,
Some do
but I
I
thought
agree.
it was I thought that was one of those urban legend things.
Monkeypox.
Monkeypox.
It's not common, but it's still there. You know what I mean? And it's scary.
So it's like a variant that
basically
that'll pop out here and there.
Yeah, it's not going to be like, oh, we're going to die from it. I think it's just one of those things where you have it and you have it for the rest of life. Like,
so are we going to go back to the 1500s where it's like a pox on your family, a pox on your wife?
yes,
That was their way of cursing, by the way.
it looks like
a
smallpox.
pox
Yeah,
on your wife.
it does look like smallpox. But I've seen there was a dude on TikTok who, like, the day before he made the TikTok, he said, I got diagnosed with smallpox. And he showed a picture of his arm, or right, like, the fold of your arm, where you fold it, right above it.
On the forearm?
Yeah, like on bottom of the forearm, there's a blister, and there's like little mini ones around, just like 2 or 3 around it. Not like very close, but like adjacent to it. And right in it, it was just
pus.
And it was so gross, and he had them all over him, and he's like, wear a mask, stay safe. And I was like, give me a reason to wear a mask and gloves to school, thank you. I'm gonna wear like rubber gloves,
or
and a fold on like suit that they use.
Hazmat suit.
Yeah, hazmat suit. I'm already like a germaphobe as it is.
Yeah, most of you kids are.
So like, like, I'm not going near
anyone. You got the face shield going on.
5 masks on.
Walking around. I'm almost out of oxygen in my.
Oh, we're filling up.
In my hazmat suit. I need this whole science table, or this whole table here in my class.
Just throw the shortest kid on the table and start dissecting him for his oxygen.
What? Really?
He's like 4'8". The shortest kid in my class is like 4'8".
Oh my god!
And his name's Brayden.
I tell you what is worse than a short guy? I mean,
to throw him on a table and dissect him. I think I'm worse.
I tell you what, when I was in high school, there was a kid who was probably 4'10" if he was lucky, and he hated me.
Dude, did he get a wife? Because if he got a wife, I think he got lucky.
Oh, he was a douche bag from hell. I mean, he hung around with some of the popular kids because they felt sorry for him, right?
Yeah.
And he was just a total douche. And he would just go out of his way to torment me, right? And I wasn't at the bottom of the totem pole or anything like that. A lot of people liked me. But he hated me with a white hot passion because I was tall.
Dude,
and he said that I was a freak of nature because I was 5'11", and I was the tallest girl for like 3 years in high school, right? And he would get so pissed whenever, it's like, I hope I never have to sit behind you in the assembly, that kind of crap. And I'm like,
don't worry, Blissful, you're tall to me.
Oh my god, he hated me, and he would just,
short.
Oh my gosh, I
growing.
was like, I don't give a fuck about your Napoleon complex. Get the fuck over it.
Dude, speaking of Napoleon, I got made fun of for liking Napoleon Bonaparte. And the kid, the 5'9", 5'8" kid was like, dude, she has ADHD. Let her have her interest. And he's one of the like bad popular boys, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And we're really chill with each other. And he's like, we both have ADHD. We both have special interests. What's so bad? If she likes studying history, especially think about like Napoleon Bonaparte in those days, that's her special interest. You know?
Okay.
You know what I mean? And I said, one day in science, I was partnering. He's like, I'm so scared of you. And I said, why? And he's like, and this is where the dissecting joke comes in. Because we were dissecting. And he was like, because you can easily throw me on this table, and with all the weapons you have, I will be a human machine. I was like, what? And I was like, he's like, you can dissect me within 2 seconds if I really pissed you off. I was like, okay, yeah, that's nice. But we still chat, you know, and you know, we're chill with each other. He's the shortest one in our grade too, and he don't care. He also has a really high pitched voice. I don't think he's going through puberty. Watch him at the end of like high school, be a senior, and he's gonna be like 6'1", and with like a really deep voice.
I don't know. There's people like there was a kid that I went to school with that, when he was in 6th or 7th grade, he hadn't grown past 3'2" or something. So he was diagnosed with some type of dwarfism, right? And they did some hormone shots and stuff, and
Yeah.
it was a relatively new treatment. I met another person who went through it, but basically they stretch these people, break their bones and would stretch them. And he went through this. He went through this painful procedure for like 2 years, where every so often they'd go in, stretch his muscles and everything, and break his bones and you know,
build them and stuff,
so that they could like get growth plates and stuff. And it was ridiculous, the painful stuff that this kid went through, plus the extra hormone treatments and stuff to get him to grow. And anyway, he ended up being like 5'8" when it was all said and done. But I felt so sorry for that kid that he went through that.
Dude, I don't think anyone should go through that pain. Also, got an invitation to my high school union and wrote F off on the RSVP.
Who said that? 71?
Bliss.
Blissful.
71 said, I didn't even want to be at high school when I had to go, not going back again for a reunion. I'm going to high school.
You're starting high school.
I'm a freshman.
Don't scare her.
I'm getting scared.
It won't be that bad.
It's a big school, almost technically 3 floors if you really think about it. And I got tiny baby legs.
You do not. You're 5'8". You got long legs.
Got tiny baby legs. I got big feet. All you'll find there, anyways, are a bunch of bald ex-jocks.
Oh my gosh.
You talking about the teachers? Cause
no,
hell yes. I think 100%.
No.
Joke gang, take a joke, lady.
Pay attention.
No, I
Slow
can't.
down.
I can't.
Slow down.
I'll fuck you.
They're talking about high school reunions.
Oh.
Does that make sense now? And probably half of them are going to be teachers, right? The bald dudes.
With the gut hanging out and stuff. Beer bellies.
But guess what? One of the science teachers is my high school crush. You'll be...
Dude, we're not going to talk about that. I have in 8th grade, I had a crush on my science teacher. And he's only... I know his birthday. His birthday's in my phone.
Okay, you know what? You're creeping me out with your daddy issues here.
He dared me to do it because he's one of those joking teachers and stuff.
Okay.
Give me a sec. Oh, it's 27th. And he was 20. He turns 30. No, he turns 28.
I see people I went to high school with tell me I scared them when we were in high school. I knew. All right.
Hey, yo, blissful. It's not my... Okay.
Chill.
Yeah, chill. Take a breather.
Take a breather.
You take a breather.
Breathe. Squeeze your armpits. Control control it. Squeeze your oranges.
That doesn't work for me.
I know it works for your brother though.
I do this. I just shake my hands and make all my bones crack, and it scares people. They don't even remember me. I made myself invisible. That's what I plan to do. I just plan to stay quiet, hide in the back, and get my work done. Of course, life doesn't always go with the plan you want, and it's gonna throw lemons at you. But I'll eat those lemons, skin and all.
Oh wow! Spit out the seeds though.
I'll spit them out at the blood of my enemies.
Okay.
Anyway, that's nice. It's gonna be like that's gonna be screen recorded and put everywhere.
Yeah,
This
it is.
child has said
Yeah.
this.
It is.
What? Oh yeah.
I'm kidding.
I can't read. I can't read the room.
Hey, it's always nice to make yourself invisible. It is, man. I always joke about you know, I don't like to stand out. I strive for mediocrity. I'm gonna blend in. You know how hard it is to blend in when you're a 5'11" redhead, though. Kind of stand out. Blissful, me too, for the most part. I don't know. I mean, it depended. It depended on like what class it was and stuff like that. I know if they screen record, they're just twat waffles anyway. Right? If that's what you got to do, boo, you do you, right? Um, when I was in high school, it was like when I showed up. How many skipped? I was one of those people that felt like I could skip school and then show up on test day and get an A. I was that asshole.
I was so for the longest time. I'm sorry to admit it. I used to skip classes, but half the fucking teachers didn't know because I was in the office. I still did my work. Not that I affected the work. I just didn't like the classroom.
You think you got by with it? How many? I got 3 phone calls last year, so you
It
tell
was in
me.
6th grade, so
You didn't get busted in 6th grade, but you sure got busted in 8th grade. I'm telling you.
because the teachers didn't like me. I could skip Mr. Ramsey and teach class, my science teacher, and he'd be like, "So Charlie, Sid, where were you?" I was in the back room.
You, there's like I was one of those people that just like I would wear whatever the hell I threw together. And there's time, not like I'm not like some kids these days that are like, I'm gonna wear the same hoodie for like 5 days straight. I wasn't like that. Yeah. I always tell you guys, if I see them in the same sweatshirt or something the next day, I'm like, don't be that kid. Please don't be that kid. Please don't be that kid. But I would like wear neon colors. I would whatever. One day I would be dressed in basketball shoes. You know what I'm saying? I'd be wearing some Converse and uh just different cut off shorts. I don't know. Next day I'd be dressed in a nice outfit from Dillard's. Like, I can't count how many times somebody's when I was a junior, senior, how many times somebody like a freshman walk up and go, "Which class are you teaching?" And he was gold, so I had a really bad attitude. They would call my dad, and he would ask, "What'd she do now?" Yeah, I, okay, it. I pulled this stunt. Okay, I went to Claire's like when I was in high school. I think I was a sophomore or junior, and I got, remember the magnetic earrings, and then I would stick them in my nose because, of course, my mom wasn't going to let me pierce my nose, right? And I'd go to school with that, and people are freaking out thinking I pierced my nose. And I would do that every day. I'd go in there with with a magnetic earring in my nose, and people would freak out because they're like, oh my God, look at her. She pierced her nose. Oh my God, she's wearing a slave bracelet. She's wearing all black today. Anyway. Oh, crud. We're at 5 hours. Anyway, guys, I'm going to shut this down and probably watch a movie and hang out with Sage. She's usually not up this late anyway because she's usually one of those people that's out by 9 o'clock. But she slept all day because she, like, well, she was up all night. She usually isn't up all night, but she stayed the night with her sister and she's like, busted. You know what? And that's Sage. She keeps going, Mom, I want my nose pierced. Mom, I want my nose pierced. And I told her, well, I'll get you some magnetic earrings. That's not going to work for me. She's like, I'm going to sneeze once and that magnet's going to fly out. And I go, oh, why didn't I think of that when I was doing that? But I told her a year ago that I would take her to get her nose pierced if she promised me not to get a labrae or like an eyebrow piercing, that I would let her get her nose pierced, her belly button pierced, or even her tongue pierced. But I was not gonna, like, I don't like the eyebrow piercing and the like snake bites, that kind of thing. At like 13, 14, 15. So I mean, and that, like, I really had that conversation with her dad. Bet he's like, nope, nope. And I'm like, come on, work with me here. We got to negotiate. You got to give them a little something. A kid has to have a little bit of freedom. Otherwise, they're going to go buck crazy. You got to give them a little something. Got to come to an agreement. Anyway, I'm going to close down for the night. So I want to thank everybody for coming. I appreciate y'all. Good night, honeys. Catch you on the flip side.